Good afternoon, everyone, joining us today in yet another informative webinar to kickstart our ASEAN Digital Literacy Program for the year 2022 and 2023. In what is probably the most vital part of our mission, the training of trainers will commence today. As co-founder and chief organizer of the Break the Fake movement, I welcome our newest batch of trainers in the promotion of digital literacy across the Philippines. As we all have experienced and discovered recently, we're now experiencing disinformation, lack of media literacy and critical thinking, and even worsening participatory engagements across social media. Our first step towards halting this runaway train is to become responsible digital citizens. It should start within us. As members of our communities, we must command a voice to influence and inform our fellow community members and to make sure that we analyze data, gather truthful information, fact check and verified stories and others what haves that we gather online. We hope that in our program today, we will produce a batch of trainers who will serve as ambassadors of truth and responsible digital citizenship. We are so excited to welcome you to our training of trainers. So before we officially begin, make sure that you have changed your Zoom backgrounds in preparation for our photo ops later. Answer the pre-test and pre-test quizzes. Observe proper decorum at all times and bring your positive spirit so that you can have a smooth learning session for today. So without further ado, the first topic that we will be discussing is about responsible digital citizenship. Now, we all know that as Filipinos, it is important to become responsible digital citizens doing our part in nation building. However, with the advent of modern technologies and social media, it has come to light the importance of also becoming responsible digital citizens or online netizens in the digital world. Now, because information is freely created and spread online, it's our responsibility to always side with the truth and fight any attempts by other parties to create widespread disinformation. Being a responsible digital citizen entails judicious use of technology as well as safe and informed online behavior. So to talk about that topic, we introduce to you the first speaker for today is Chard Amazona. Chard Amazona brings an extensive background in youth development while also advocating for genuine reforms for politics. Since 2013, Chard has been actively pursuing youth participation in the country's democratic process through the voter registration, education, and engagement. Chard has a lot of accomplishments in the media literacy space as well as trainer of AHA behavioral departments or developments, skills development for Facebook literacy program. Among many acknowledgments and accomplishments that he has focused on specializing in program management, digital literacy, system design and program design works, as well as legislative consultancy and policy advocacy. So to talk about responsible digital citizenship, let's all welcome Chard Amazona.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon everyone, and I hope that you are ready to, of course, to start our program for this afternoon. And I realized that today is July 9th and it's Saturday, and I'm actually happy to see we are around 120 here in the Zoom call. And to start off our discussion for this afternoon, there are a lot of things that I would like to share, and syempre then there are a lot of insights that I would like to also be part of our discussion. And to start off our discussion, syempre, dahil nga ito ay introduction ng responsible digital citizenship, so I would like you to run through with our initial course outline. So our course outline will also focus on three important things, mainly on the following. So we have to define now what is digital citizenship. We will be discussing some of the frameworks involved as well. And of course, I'll be sharing with you some of the insights in terms of the ASEAN community so that you will be able to apply the same in terms of your task as trainers. Another point that I would like to also raise as part of the discussion will be focused on understanding the different domains of digital citizenship. How or what does it mean to be being online? Another thing is, of course, how we would be able to provide an opportunity to champion well-being online. And third point is also expanding some information with respect to our rights and responsibilities online. And the third point is basically more of a challenge as we continue to discuss these kinds of things, especially that we are now in a more digital sense, meaning all of the transactions, or if not majority of the transactions that we have right now, are basically done online. We would want to really pose a challenge on how we can champion responsible digital citizenship in the ASEAN community. And we'll also be able to help you out in terms of providing and expanding your space as trainers as well. But before anything, before we proceed to that, no, I have some three questions lang before we continue our discussion. So this is what I call the Digizen checkout. The goal is I'll be asking you three questions, and you have to answer either through chat box, or you have to answer via our emoticons or our emojis, as you can see in your chat boxes. So the first question is, I would like to know your idea. How are you feeling today? And what is your expectation on our training? Just key in if you are happy, just use your reaction button. Or you can also maximize our chat box so that I will be able to see it later. All right, so Denise and Nika are, I think, excited, no, on that sense. Neon is also excited to have this kind of activity. Joseph also, as mentioned, excited. Others are showing star emoji, star reactions. All right. Another question is, are you ready to be one, no, of the responsible digital citizens? If you are ready, say or type in your chat box, no, yes. All right. So a lot of you are really ready for this one. And more importantly, no, the last question is, are you willing to enjoy our session for this afternoon? So this session will actually focus on topics, and of course, will provide you some insights so that you can apply it later on. All right. So sobrang masaya na dun sa chat box natin. Thank you very much for that. And I'm seeing familiar faces here. So congratulations for being part of this session. And moving on, no, just to give you an insight as well. The community that we are in today is basically, as we can see, no, a lot of us, or if not majority of us, are really focused on creating connections online. There are instances wherein we don't know, no, ako personally, I don't know my other members or my other friends, yung mobile numbers nila, because we're actually connected through social media. And some of the things that we can also share, no, and we can also realize is that today, everything is OGA, no? One Google away, right? Like for example, if you want to know what is the weather for today, you would just like ask the search engine or even Google, no, to be exact, what is the weather today? Or sometimes you would like to understand a certain concept. You would like to understand or to know more about a certain idea or philosophy. Sometimes the best way now and the easiest way and the cheaper way as possible is to use the OGA, one Google away, right? Another thing is that today connection is very critical. No, in 2020, March 2020, we were able to experience the COVID-19 pandemic, and most of us, if no, majority of us actually used social media or even the internet as part of our communication platform. Meaning, we have to make sure and maximize that there are a lot of friends experiencing the same feeling that we had before. O kaya naman, we have the opportunity wherein you have to ask kamusta with respect to your other friends in social media. And because of that, connection is very vital. Connection is critical because it allows us to connect with one another. It allows us to build, no, relationship and strengthen that relationship with respect to other people within our network, as well as the other networks of our friends, families, and relatives. Another point is that network is very vital right now. As we can see, there are a lot of us, no? I think may mga individuals here who are practicing and even updating your respective profiles on different social media platforms like LinkedIn, Facebook, or even other platforms. And it is crucial because internet and even the community that we are in right now extends or even expands the face-to-face engagement. Before, we weren't able to experience an online meeting, but because of the pandemic, we were able to maximize Zoom calls, or even Google Hangouts. And it also allows us to bridge that gap wherein face-to-face is not visible because of transmissions and COVID. And it also allows us to expand the extensive way of really connecting and empowering our network through the communication platform that we actually choose. Another point is that we are experiencing the one tap fits all. As we can see, if we want to buy something, we use fintech applications. If we want to inquire something, we focus on looking for applications that can provide the answers to our respective questions. And with that, we are now building the eDNA based on our day-to-day activities. And these platforms or even these machines or even these programs also allows us to focus on three important things: data sourcing, data analysis, and even data management. And why it is very important to discuss these kinds of concepts? Because the question of defining what is a digital citizen, it encompasses this kind of technicality, or if not the definition. The digital citizen has the knowledge and skills to responsibly use the internet and other digital technologies. And as 21st century learners and as trainers for the ASEAN Foundation program, it is also our responsibility to ask the question of what is digital citizenship and why does it really matter? In that sense, we have to answer that question by creating this thinking that digital citizenship is how we navigate our privileges and obligations in the digital space. It is how we decipher and share information we have access to, and more importantly, how we interact with other people. So the mere fact of sharing information through our social media platforms, or even sharing different studies or articles through our email platforms, it provides us that space wherein we interact with one another. And as part of digital citizenship, we have to understand that we all play a part in creating responsible digital citizens. And the goal must be building a brighter and digital future. And to have a context in terms of, I think, the ASEAN framework and the ASEAN community, the 15th conference of the ASEAN Ministers Responsible for Information, or the UMRI, was able to adopt a certain framework that provides us a certain leverage or a certain guide wherein we follow on digital literacy. We also focus on access to information and digital communication within broader context of developing digital readiness among ASEAN citizens. In a survey provided by Google and Temasek, it was indicated that ASEAN is considered to be one of the world's fastest growing internet region. Here in the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken, we are still at the #1 place in terms of being the social media capital in the world. And just going back with the study, as we can see, the user base projected from the study is that it is expected to grow from 260 million in 2016 and around 480 million in 2020. And we can see that when we combine that opportunity, or when we combine that concept, when we have a certain framework that we have to follow, countries across Southeast Asia can have a semblance of connectivity. We will be able to provide channels that will also connect us from our counterparts. Like, for example, our friends from Singapore, our friends from Malaysia, and other connections that we have, especially that we are bridging now the gap and strengthening the connectivity in Southeast Asia. And considering that this is a primary, a guide that will allow us to connect with our counterparts in Southeast Asia, there is also what we call a proposal or a framework that will guide the developing readiness among ASEAN citizens. And that is actually summarized in three important things. One is digital access. The basic part of digital access is that no one will be left behind in terms of creating connections through online platforms. Another thing is bridging the gap in terms of online information networks and communities. Hence, it is very important that ASEAN must be able to project or create an environment that spouses, no, connectivity, spouses, information sharing, and of course, access to internet is possible, no. Another point that we have to also consider when we are talking about digital readiness among ASEAN citizens in connection with responsible citizenship or digital citizenship is that there is power in digital literacy. If I'm not mistaken, no, upon reading your briefer, your goal is to also train other communities, other groups, so that they would be able to embrace, no, the idea that we are now really living in the 21st century, and we are now living in a community that we have to maximize different platforms online. And as part of the discussion and the Omni meeting, no, is that digital literacy is very important because it will be able to catalyze, no, the sharing of information from the inclusion, especially in the Philippines. No, as we can see, there are already movements in strengthening the curricular program by injecting digital literacy as part of digital citizenship. No, another thing is that as part of the ASEAN discussion is we wanted to ensure that we also champion inclusivity, meaning in areas or in countries in the Southeast Asian region that there is a limited connectivity. The ASEAN community must be able to provide that enabling space wherein they can maximize, no, that opportunity through digital literacy. So there are trainings, there are information sessions being done across the Southeast Asian region. And one thing, no, ito yung isa sa mga importante or isa sa mga example, no, na as provided for in your course format. And last but not the least is the challenge of inviting everyone, no, from the younger generation and even the older generation to come up in a community, to create a community wherein digital participation is concerned. Now, we can see that in the most advanced communities, it is crucial that people are connected with one another. There are communities existing from one network to the other, and the sharing of information is very seamless. And inclusion is being championed across those networks. And with that, no, we hope that after this training, you would be able to also put that thinking that it is your responsibility now as trainers to champion digital access, digital literacy, and digital participation insofar as connecting younger generations and even older generations so that we can create a community that is inclusive, no, digitally inclusive. And just to share with you some of the benefits outlined in the framework is that, number one, if a certain country would be able to maximize or follow the framework, it will allow every ASEAN citizens to access and navigate the digital world. No, we would be able to diminish the gap on the digital divide in ASEAN. And there is a big opportunity wherein businesses being done not only in the Philippines can also be able to be done, no, in other areas or countries in Southeast Asian region. Another benefits is that it will also allow or help the ASEAN member states to respond on the new digital challenges. As we can see, there are a lot of proliferations in terms of misinformation, even disinformation, and even ito, sobrang importante, sobrang, I know you can relate with the expansion of fake news. No, there are certain efforts already that in the ASEAN region answering or even combating how can we create a certain commitment that will battle the challenges in fake news. And another thing is, as part of the discussion as well, is that when we create a community, when we create a connection, or when we champion the framework from the ASEAN, it would be able to support businesses to make full use of digital technology, to innovate new products and services. Hence, the big question now is, if that is the perspective of the ASEAN community, or if that is the perspective of the whole ASEAN region, is there really a possibility that we can really champion on becoming a responsible digital citizen? As mentioned earlier, no, a digital citizen is someone who has the power, who has the knowledge, the skills, no, to navigate in the different digital platforms, either through internet or through the use of social media platforms and whatnot. But just to encapsulate this thinking, a responsible digital citizen protects three important elements. Number one, ourselves. Number two is our family and community or even friends. And number three is community. And how do we realize those things? Now, this is a typical example of what we call digital footprint. No? The tracks or the online things that we do or any behaviors that we provide or we project online forms part of our digital footprint. For example, sharing memes or sharing information or announcements, or even sharing news, verified news, opinion-based articles, scientifically backed up data. It also forms part of our digital footprint. And the key word here is when we talk about digital footprint, the goal is to leave a mark depending on how we manage our information. Some of the things that we can share or that we are sharing about ourselves are included as you can see on your screen. Your profile, your personal information. If you have LinkedIn accounts, you share your previous employers or your previous job employment opportunities. For other cases, like for example, Google Hangouts, you also share messages or through chat, no? And you also share different information based either on memes, on video, or even posters, as we can see. And the people who have access to this information are basically our online friends, our family, or even other relationships within our sphere of network of influence. And just a recap lang, no, I know you already know about this. There are a lot of ways wherein other people can access our information. So either through images, everything that we post, no, can be considered as part of our digital footprint. Our social media accounts, the school that we were able to go to also holds information about us, our previous employers, news stories being championed or being amplified by different legitimate news agencies and other community or social groups that we are part of. But the critical question now is when we talk about responsible digital citizens, what do we mean by that? Or what are the different domains of digital citizenship? No, so let me share with you three important domains on the digital citizenship. Number one is being online. Number two is online well-being. And number three is our e-rights and e-rules. No? Let's go first with being online. In our engagement in social media, even the internet as a whole, no, there is what we call a certain, parang in other cases, no, the lawyers call it the code of ethics, and the other professionals call it the code of professional responsibility. In the social media or even the internet, we call it the digital etiquette. Or there is a new term now coined, they call it now the netiquette. So what do we mean by netiquette? Or is it really important when we talk about digital citizenship? No, just to define what netiquette means, no, it's basically the rules, no, that we follow to make the internet a better place for ourselves and for others. So in the case of different platforms, kapag nag-sign up kayo, there are a lot of tick box that you have to consider before you apply or you join certain applications. Like for example, when you sign up for Google, no, it is very important that you also read the terms and conditions in joining the Google environment or the Google community. In Facebook, no, there's also what we call the community standards. It guides us, no. It also informs us the do's and don'ts within that certain platform. So to cut the long story short, netiquette or the digital etiquette is something that governs us. The rules that applies us where we are part or we are in part of a certain application. So it's just the same of having your face-to-face encounters, yung social dynamics that we have when we are meeting face-to-face. No, it is something like that. But in the digital etiquette or the netiquette per se, it outlines certain responsibilities that we have to think of every time that we use the platform or the service or even the product as a whole. So, ano ba yung mga certain things that we have to consider when we talk about digital etiquette or the etiquette? Number one, no, avoid a language that may come across as strong or offensive. In the certain communication platforms, there are instances wherein sharing or cursing, no, in the platform is not allowed. And sharing, of course, malicious information is also being governed by that etiquette. And it is very important that we have to be familiarized with those important things, because it will, if we will not be able to apply the do's and don'ts, or if we will not be able to be aware or practice the do's and don'ts in that certain community or that code of professional engagement in that platform, we might be banned from using that platform. Hence, it is very critical that we understand those things. Another thing, as part of the digital etiquette, this is basically general, available across the World Wide Web. Keep writing to a point and stay on topic. There are a lot of things na, like for example, in social media, there are a lot of movements or activities going on. And it's very critical that we have to make sure that when we post something, we just identify into one line of thought. Because if we are focusing on let's say three topics, and we're sharing it in our social media platforms, there is a big possibility that the intended audience that we would want to reach will not be able to understand the things that we would like to say. Hence, it is very critical that we follow that we have to stay on topic. Another important thing that I would like to also share with you with respect to etiquette is read first and write later. There are comments or posts, especially in the recently concluded national elections. There are a lot of exchange of information, exchange of conversations from the different groups, different networks that we have. And sometimes, instead of us reading first, our main activity or our main response as always is, kailangan kong sagutin to, or else it will be left down the drain. And the major rule now, and the reminder for all of us, is that before we write something, we have to also read first. Because sometimes, when we are empowered by our own emotions, there is a big possibility that there are certain comments that might not be appropriate with respect to the topic being addressed to. And as responsible digital citizen, it is very important that we have to review before we send. Think before we click. Because the moment that we post something in the platforms, regardless if it's social media or through internet digital products, it forms part of our digital footprint. And remember that in an online classroom or even in an online engagement, is actually still an online community. So in the case of you as trainers, you have to take in point that when you teach or when you train other communities, you have to also imbibe that thinking and that respect with respect to the community you are catering to. 6 and 7 is more focused on knowing the language of the internet and considering the privacy of others. There are certain information that is being governed by the Data Privacy Act and even the data protection clauses of the different commitments from across Southeast Asian region. And if you will be able to train different groups, you have to also be aware of those kinds of things. Kung may ma-share man sa inyo later on, it is very critical that you have to take note na sinishare nila yon in confidentiality. Meaning you are not allowed to share that experience or that information unless otherwise there is permission to do so. And on the 8th and 9th consideration, it is very possible, ito naman nakakalimutan ko in some other cases, but I would just like to air it as well. Now, let's keep all attachments small. We can maximize online drives. Like for example, in Google, we have Google Drive. So instead of us attaching like 100 photos in an email, it is crucial as well to consider putting it in one drive and sharing the link so that it becomes easier for the recipient or your intended receiver to follow through with whatever is provided in that folder or drive. Another thing, ito, dahil nga sa pandemic as well as our connectivity at tayo bilang mga Pilipino, we are always talkative and we would want to really share our experience and whatnot. Sometimes we forget that there is personal time. Sometimes we forget na 9 p.m. na pala or even 1 a.m. na pala, I'm still chatting with my boss or I'm still chatting with my community leaders. So it is very crucial and critical that we do not send or even forward or post inappropriate materials even during the wee hours of the night. So ito yung mga importanteng bagay na kailangan nyo rin i-consider as part of the discussion. And siguro ito naman, just a tip lang din that you can also capture as part of your commitment, no, being one of the trainers for the digital literacy, no, that you have to consider as trainers that we also come from different perspectives and experiences. Our responsibility is to respect those values, feelings, and beliefs of others and accept the differences that we have. We might agree, no, in some cases, and we might also disagree in some other thought processes, but we have to go back on the value of respect. As mentioned by Sir Ramon, no, just to acknowledge this one, sabi niya, this is called ethics in research, in all aspect of research. Maybe it is also great to note that when sending a personal inquiry over email, please do not reply to all. Yes, that's also part and parcel of the etiquette or the netiquette. So, and going back, no, why it is very important to communicate online respectfully is that we have to champion respect. Sabi nga nila, respect is not imposed. It is earned. Hence, us being trainers in the Asean community and even the Philippines, our goal is to build conversations that will allow ourselves and even our community to be better and be more helpful. And there are ways to do so. No, some of the things that we have to consider are basically summarized in this slide. So, first is knowing your audience, placing ourselves in others' shoes or empathy, treating everyone as important as possible, be open, and fifth one is be sensitive to the environment. As trainers, our primordial responsibility is to engage a lot of communities and allow them to realize that it is also their responsibility. If we want to talk responsibility in the whole digital community, it has to be us and with them. No, it should never be us against them. It should be us with them. Hence, this ways can also help you in transcending your messages. And as, kumbaga, parang our true north as trainers is that we have to be aware of these things so that we can communicate better with our intended audience. And as trainers as well, no, when we champion responsible digital citizenship, we have to understand the value of digital access and inclusion. Number one, we have to be our most authentic self. No, there is no difference on how we engage online versus the things that we do in a face-to-face setup. It has to be the same. Because if you have a different persona outside the social media, then basically the question now is, are you really true to yourself? No, we have to break that thinking that when in social media, you have to be professional, something like this, but in face-to-face engagement, parang hindi naman mag-apply. So as trainers, we have to be aware that in all engagements that we will be doing, we have to be in our authentic self. That's one way of practicing as well our digital citizenship. Another important thing is choosing our platform, our contents, and our audience wisely. You will have an opportunity wherein there will be communities that will ask you a lot of questions or will even connect with you because there are questions or clarification based on the training that you were able to provide. No? So it is very critical as well that you have to choose ano ba yung platform that most of the community that you are catering to can connect with you. Because it also gives you that relationship, that connection with that community. Another thing that I would like to also highlight as part of access and inclusion is we have to be open in terms of providing spaces for minority groups. So right now, there are opportunities that people in the or personal or people with disabilities or with special needs are being invited to be part of our digital community. And that's also inclusion. Na as part of the process and our commitment as trainers, we have to be aware of those things. If we have participants who needs more attention on this thing or needs a special assistance on certain matters, you have to be aware as trainers as well. Because that's also part of championing inclusion. And siguro ito minor tip lang din as trainers, you will be experiencing a lot of trainings later on. And it is very crucial that you have to understand your audience. Because if you have attendees who are digitally challenged, no, you also have to ask. That's why chat box is very important. If your pacing is okay, or if they need more time to process the information that you have. No? And considering that this is also one of the commitments, no, with respect to sustainable development goals, and when we champion digital connectivity, we also have to take note that access and inclusion are our presence and participation, the citizens' participation in community life, either on online or offline. And the activities that we provide there basically allows us, no, to maximize our full potential. The key word here is realize their full potential in every sphere of their own lives. Excuse me. And as trainers, excuse me, and as trainers, it is our primordial duty as well to promote inclusion as part of reshaping, no, social and educational frameworks. So ngayon, lahat tayo na nandito, it is now our community commitment that we have to practice this kind of thing. That we have to encourage everyone that we include them as part of the process. We include them in our community. Diba? Familiar naman kayo with the thinking of no one will be left behind. So tayo as trainers, kayo as trainers for the program, it is your core responsibility to encourage everyone and do not leave space, no, for disenfranchisement. Or we have to empower or embrace the idea that we have to leave a space for everyone to evolve and even follow through with respect to our digital community. Just to share with you, one thing that we have to also take note of is embracing the 21st century learning concepts. As responsible digital citizens, our core duty is to take note the importance of the forces of education, be it in collaboration, be it in communication, be it in creativity, and the most important thing is critical thinking. No, there are a number of information being posted every single day, either in social media platforms or even in the internet as a whole. No, and our goal now as trainers is how we can espouse critical thinking to our communities. How can we champion that space so that when we challenge a certain post, we are backed with data. We are backed with legitimate sources of data. No, that's the challenge that I would like to impose as well, being trainers now for this program. And critical bit as well. I know it will be tackled in the succeeding sessions, but I would like to also highlight that tayo as trainers, we play a vital role in creating our online engagements. And the media and information literacy is actually one of the elements, one of the platforms, or one of the spaces that we can maximize. When we understand the importance of media and information literacy, we empower our citizens, no, to be able to access, analyze, create, and even consume data or even media, and somehow allow them to apply critical thinking so that they can filter this information are actually false news. This information are basically backed by 100 of data and supported by peer reviews and whatnot. And the critical thing here is that we have to create a community that is able to critically analyze and classify and even retain pertinent information that can aid our community in the acquisition of knowledge on wide array of topics. No? So I hope that it's actually you have some idea or some questions being posed right now. But let me continue for this one. So right after the inclusion, no, right after being online, there is also another challenge of our online well-being. We have to embrace the idea that in digital communications, no, the effort as always is that, or the thinking must be, there is another person at the other side of the screen. No, when we answer certain comments or certain posts in social media, we have to take note that we are actually talking to actual persons. So syempre, ibang case pa rin kapag ka-troll pa rin yan. But again, the general rule here is that when we communicate online, we have to think, meron pa palang ibang tao or meron pang same person doing or katulad ko, no, na maximizing the platform person. Another point is that sometimes, no, as we are merged or immersed with the different activities online, sometimes we forget about the other person. And it's very critical as digital citizens that we empower or that we practice the idea of empathy. No? It allows us, no, to put ourselves in their shoes. So before we comment on something, before we share on something, it is also critical to understand saan ba siya nanggagaling. Bakit ba ganito yung post niya? Bakit ba ganito yung message niya? May pinagdadaanan ba siya or something like that? As trainers, it is also powerful that you practice empathy as part of your training sessions because you will gain more experience in understanding the community that you are training. No? And just a recap, the empathy is just our ability to feel what another person is experiencing from that person's point of view. And when we talk about empathy, we are actually espousing these kinds of things. No? Empathetic people are people who are effective listeners and observers. We're not just speakers. We're just listeners as well. We're also active and effective observers. We're also curious about strangers and even other ideas. We are open, no, to bring about social change and help create group of actions that will involve everyone. Not just within our network of community, but also the other communities available within the sphere of influence of the community that we are training to. And the most important thing that empathetic people do is that they use every opportunity to develop their imagination and even maximize their creativity, to connect, to understand. No? And in consideration as an addition to empathy, there is what we call building ethics, digital ethics. And just to sum up, no, digital ethics or ethics basically is about relationships. It's about caring for the well-being of ourselves and those around us. It is our guide, no, our written guide that will prompts us if the things that we are doing online is acceptable, or can filter us if the things that we do or the behavior that we do online is not really acceptable because it's not part of our social frameworks. And ethics and empathy act as our moral compass. No, it steers us, no, in our actions, in our discussions on personal and societal issues. And as trainers, your goal is to provide that space. No, your ethics and even our empathy is our moral compass. And that's our commitment, no, when we want to expand or when we want to champion digital citizenship. Another thing that I would like to also put in as part of well-being online is health and well-being. As trainers, it is very appropriate that we understand social emotional impact through modified human interactions. Ngayon, uso na ngayon yung hybrid engagements wherein there will be some face-to-face meetings, but most of the engagements are being done online. Other thing is that informational gathering. Ito, crucial as trainers, processing of data. Not all data or not all information that we see online are applicable, no, or acceptable within a certain sphere of influence. Kasi may mga datos or may mga impormasyon na mukhang kailangan pang pag-isipang mabuti o kaya naman mukhang mas kailangan pang i-expound at magkaroon pa ng peer-to-peer discussions para ma-accept natin as part of our community framework. And last but not the least as well is that we have to be aware that when we talk about health and well-being, we're talking more about health-related aspects, from ergonomics to even pseudo-medical data that we find online. Always remember, sometimes, no, lalo na kapag health and well-being ang pinag-uusapan, even mental health is concerned, bawal na bawal, or tayo, major no-no as trainers, that we invite our community na, o sige, i-Google mo lang. Or even i-search mo lang online. No. When we talk about health and well-being online, it must be done in such a way that we ask help to medical professionals as well. And another important thing on the digital well-being is that we have to be aware of the issues and opportunities that can affect the sphere of wellness. No, fighting against internet addiction, keeping the right ergonomic posture, or being informed about the different risks of constantly using mobile devices and whatnot. And that's actually how Council of Europe defines digital well-being. But in the Google Digital Training, digital well-being is the use of digital tools to facilitate and help humans reach their purpose and maximize their full potential through the use of technology instead of getting distracted or interrupted by it. And as trainers, one way to really practice or one way to also maximize our digital well-being is presence. E-presence is something that we maintain our presence online. It extends to our personal and interpersonal qualities that guides us in maintaining our digital reputation and digital identity. Going back with the idea earlier and the thing earlier that what we do on face-to-face must still be done online. Meaning there's no need for us to change the persona. Kung masayahin kayo face-to-face, then dapat masayahin din kayo online. It shouldn't be masayahin kayo sa online pero takot pala kayo sa tao offline. I mean, always remember that as trainers, tayo as responsible digital citizens, our e-presence is something that we contribute in creating a society or a community that is responsible, a digitally responsible community. And just to share with you some idea that your e-presence is your digital footprint. It is very important that your face-to-face interaction may be reduced in some circumstances, lalo na ngayon, pandemic pa rin. But there are a lot of platforms already, web conferencing like this one, or even chat, online chat boxes, or even chat groups. Always remember that your e-presence is basically your digital footprint. And you have to protect that. You have to champion a positive online community. And how you can do that by way of being you. Just by being yourself and being accountable and responsible on what you do online. Which also now leads to my last idea or last takeaway for you guys. Number one is understanding your e-rights and e-rules. The very concept of this one is basically based on the idea that we're consuming data as faster as we can right now. May kakapost lang on one platform, biglang meron na namang another update on the other platform, meron namang another naman in the other platforms. Then therefore, our role is to be more aware. As trainers, you have to espouse that thinking to your community. And also, that data has become a marketable commodity. Therefore, we have to be able to filter well. Ano ba yung specific platforms you will be using? Ito bang platform na ba to ay safe that will cover or protect your digital identity, or your data will not be misused by other communities or other groups. So importante palagi that as responsible digital citizens, we have to be wary of sharing our personal data and online identity because it is our safeguard from other different risks such as unauthorized disclosure, identity theft, or even online abuse. And how do we practice that? As responsible digital citizens, our goal is to create an environment that is aware of the terms and responsibilities of users. As digital citizens, you have to be aware and we have to understand by heart our online rights and responsibilities in order not to infringe the rights and responsibilities of others. Remember, that's our code of ethics, or that's our code of engagement in the online world. Another thing is that as responsible digital citizens, we have to think, or we have to always check ourselves that the internet is basically a powerful tool. Ito na yung I think ito na yung pinaka-powerful tool as of now insofar as information sharing is concerned, idea sharing is concerned. But we have to also take note as well that internet can be destructive when we infringe the rights or we impede other users. Hence, tayo bilang responsible digital citizens, our role, aside from us championing that positive online community, we have to advocate. We have to practice what we preach. We have to also challenge certain communities or even our government or even other groups so that they will be able to create a safer space for all of us. Always remember that when we value the importance or the idea of creating a responsible digital community, our primary list must also be challenging the status quo. Are there enough safeguards for safer online engagements? Are there enough protocols to be followed when your account is being used for other malicious activities? So critical at crucial yan. No? And syempre, as we all know, privacy concerns mainly the protection of one's information. And tayo bilang responsible digital citizens, our privacy is our power. No? Yung mga tinitick off natin while joining in different platforms, kailangan binabasa natin yung terms and conditions. Because that way, baka mamaya we're sharing pala other data or information, data sets, na dahil chinek lang natin, dahil dinaanan lang natin, hindi tayo aware. Kaya pala, ganito yung tumatakbo in terms of the algorithm, kaya pala ganito tumatakbo in terms of the ads that we see and something like that. Because we were not able to practice reading the terms and conditions before joining the platforms and whatnot. Always remember that as responsible digital citizens, our privacy is our responsibility. Makapangyarihan tayo if we know how to manage our data. Sabi ni Aga, sabi niya, how can we compare non-digital citizens with to digital citizens and can we train them in the same manner? Siguro in quicker context lang, to answer your question, Aga, we can compare non-digital citizens to digital natives. Kapag digital citizen ka, ibig sabihin you have you know how to navigate through the use of internet tools, either in different platforms or services. Kapag non-digital citizen ka, ibig sabihin, literally, hindi ka gumagamit ng mga ganitong platform. So I think that's the basic way of really defining or comparing yung non-digital to the digital ones. So isipin lang natin that in other cases, yung non-digital citizens, ang pinaka-problema nila mostly ay access. Therefore, tayo as trainers or kayo as trainers, you have to bridge that gap na i-reach natin sila. Because that's your, I think, one of the responsibilities then as trainers in the digital age. And going back with that, it is also crucial to understand the terms and conditions and even understanding the purpose of cookies and other internet jargons before consenting to them. Okay? As trainers, kailangan aware tayo of those things at kailangan aware tayo on creating or even practicing reading those things. Kasi isang mali lang natin might result to a negative activities from our end. And lastly, tayo as trainers or tayo as digital natives, our goal is to create a community that is willing to understand or that they are aware of the things that they know, kailan dapat gamitin, para saan, and even empowered to say no, refuse its collection without informed consent, or even practice yung correction or even delisting or the most cases erasure of our digital footprint. So as digital citizens, ang goal natin dapat is to be captured or to be aware. Dapat mas advanced tayo as trainers because our experience or our thinking or our thought process will also help the community that we'll be serving later on. Which leads now to my final question or my final thought. How can we really champion responsible digital citizenship in the Asean community or in our case, in the Philippine context? Number one, we have to build a culture of responsible digital community. Meaning, kung may kailangang i-challenge in terms of the status quo, the things being done as a community, kailangan aware tayo and we have to propose solutions for that. Another thing as well is before we post something online, we have to verify it. Dapat triplet, kailangan kahit 10 times. Because that's our responsibility. Tayo bilang trainers, tayo bilang members of the digital community, it is our now responsibility to build that culture of community, a responsible one. Another thought is that we have to amplify now our knowledge, skills, and even our attitude insofar as championing e-democracy. We have to amplify active participation. We have to make sure that itong pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, hindi lang siya applicable dahil nag-uusap tayo. Dapat applicable siya the moment that I shared it with you or that the moment that you shared something new to the community that you will be serving later on, they would be able to practice it. No? And even amplify the same so that we build or we expand what we call e-democracy. Because in e-democracy, diba, the goal is we exchange freely information or even opinions, pero laging backed by data. No? That's how we create a responsible community. And lastly, ito, hindi lang sila Lay, sila Kuya Ju, no, na trainers din na nandito ngayon right now. It is crucial as well that we have to upskill. We have to update our skills for the 21st century. And just to share with you lang din, para lang ma-inspire din kayo, it might also be helpful with you na tayo as trainers, if we have another time, ako right now, I'm looking for opportunity to enroll for Filipino Sign Language because I want to include our brothers and sisters or our friends na who are challenged in terms of either hearing or speaking. And tayo as trainers, it is something that we can upskill. Baka mamaya meron tayong mga audience that are either hearing challenge or speaking challenge, may challenge na sa mga ganung bagay. We can communicate still with them because we have that skill already within us. And siguro on a final note, when we talk about responsible digital citizenship or when we talk about responsible digital citizen, we have to focus on three important things, which is oneself, the family, and friends, and even the community. And don't forget yung different domains, which is being online while being online invites online. Always remember that if we want to create a responsible digital community, it has to start with us. Tayo dapat. We have to be the epitome of championing responsible digital citizenship. And with that, I hope you learned something new for today, and I hope that it will be able to help you, as you continue your journey as trainers for this program. So thank you very much. Thank you, Gab.
Thank you so much, Chard, for that very informative discussion. I think Chard has been going through some of the questions in the chat box already, but I am going to give you guys an opportunity to ask 2 to 3 more questions to Richard about responsible digital citizenship. So if you have any, feel free to use the chat box option here. And let's ask him anything about the umbrella of responsible digital citizenship. If there's anything, especially that you guys are trainers, and Richard here has been a trainer of Facebook Digital Tayo program for such a long while already. So baka meron kayong mga questions? Anything that you want to ask? Okay, sige. Since wala pang questions, I'm gonna ask Richard. Richard, what are the biggest challenges that you have encountered over the years that you have been dealing with different audiences in teaching the Digital Tayo program on responsible digital citizenship?
I think it's more, siguro pinaka-primary, Gab, is actually access. Some of the people are really staying in most of my online trainings, pero sa gitna ng training session, nawawala sila because of connectivity issues. So I think it is very important that as trainers, we also create a certain space wherein if meron silang gusto bang tanungin outside or after your training, you open that space to them. It has to be that semblance of creating a community wherein kung meron silang hindi naintindihan or merong connectivity issue or whatnot, you also open that space na they can connect with you even after your session.
Yes, perfect. Gusto ko yung transition from just one street lecture to connecting after the event, di ba? So we open our spaces and we actually connect with them online. We actually have to meet with them on the situation that they're currently in.
Yeah.
Let's do a final check kung meron pang questions. Okay, my one question, dalawa na. First is, how do you address generational gap in the digital space?
For me, it's simple. Simple lang naman palagi. When we address generational gap, it has to focus more on knowledge sharing or information sharing. Importante palagi that there is a transfer of knowledge from one point to the other. Kaya critical as always na we have to address those kinds of things. And one important thing that, based on my experience, addressing generational gap comes with a lot of historical issues and whatnot. But the critical thing here, or the tip that I can share with you, is that you have to be open when you encounter generational gap in the digital space, and you have to understand where they are coming from. The shift in point of view can also help you address those kinds of things.
Okay, perfect. Okay, last question na, Chard. The biggest challenge for, kay Mark Devon pala. For you, what's the easy way to protect and trace that we have reliable digital image amidst the presence of trolls and other digital problems that might affect the image of a certain individual? Okay.
Siguro i-unpack natin yung question into 2 points. One, protecting your data, and two, creating an image. Number one, to address the issue on protection, we have to be vigilant in terms of doing privacy checkups in all platforms that you are part of. Regardless kung ito ay social media or even other internet platforms. Kasi importante, baka mamaya nag-update na sila ng terms and conditions. Mahalaga palagi that you have to double check kung meron ba kayong mga chinek na mga, or naintindihan niyo bang mabuti yung terms and conditions, so that you can espouse protection with respect to your data. In terms of digital image naman, importante palagi that yung thinking kanina sinabi ko sa inyo, that you have to be aware, you have to be bold in terms of projecting your online and offline persona. Kailangan walang pagkakaiba yan. Laging palagi, yung authentic self is something that will challenge yung presence ng mga trolls. Kasi kung kahit anong sabihin nila sa inyo, if you know who you are and you know what you do, and you're following the right path, that will also protect you from trolls and other digital problems that you will be encountering later on. So yun nga. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chard Amazona, for the very wonderful and insightful talk on responsible digital citizenship. Chard, before you go, we're going to give you an e-certificate courtesy of the Break the Fake Movement and with the ASEAN Foundation for sure. So, certificate of appreciation is given to Chard Amazona for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise on responsible digital citizenship during the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program 2022 to 23, training of trainers on July 9, 2022, given this 9th day of July in Manila, Philippines, signed by yours truly and Crescencia Novianti of the Program Manager of ASEAN Digital Literacy Program. This event is in partnership of Break the Fake Movement, ASEAN Foundation, and Google.org. Okay, thank you so much, Chard, and we're going to see you in the next future events. Okay. Now that we're done with our first talk, I'm pretty sure that you guys are actually hyped up and excited of what more can we actually offer to you in this session. So today we are going to have a lot of other sessions for responsible digital citizenship, digital well-being, data privacy, and things like that. But before we shift to those parts of our program, to help us digest all of this information, let's have a short icebreaker. Okay, so we will be having a game-based learning to really test and gauge what you have learned so far from the talks, the talk of Richard Amazona, as well as the reading list that we have provided to you guys. So I hope that you guys started browsing those reading materials that we have sent over. We will test your knowledge on responsible digital citizenship, and you don't have to worry because it's a learning process. So if you're not familiar with some of the terms, it's definitely okay. I will pass this on to our game show host, our secretary at Break the Fake Movement, Paolo Miguel Ordonio. To you, Pao.
Thanks, Gab. And hello, everyone. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. I hope everyone's enjoying our session while we are learning. So I understand that this is a very crucial time. So before we proceed to our game, can I see reactions? Can you use our thumbs up button if you're still there? And just to see if everyone's still alive and learning a lot. So for this session, for this activity, we will be playing the very famous game during the virtual training, the Kahoot. So I hope everyone's familiar with how we use Kahoot. Ayan. So seeing now on the screen, for those who do not know how to play Kahoot, just visit the website www.kahoot.it and enter the pin 6548295. If you're using your mobile, you can just scan the QR code and directly you will be directed to the Kahoot site. So again, reminder, please use your first name or your nickname because a special prize will be given to the winner of this session. So for the whole day, we will be having 2 Kahoot. So this is the first one, and after this, we will be having another Kahoot game after the second module. So please use your first name or your nickname so that we can easily identify the winner and communicate with you if you are the first winner. So let's give another 30 seconds for everyone to join. Ayan, we have 34 na nasa loob ng ating Kahoot game. Ayan. So for those who are having technical challenges, again, just type on your browser kahoot.it and just enter the pin 6548295 or just scan the QR code and you will be directed to this game. Okay. So we're seeing 54 players. Ayan. So last 10 seconds and we will start the game. Okay, I think we're almost on the half. For the benefit of our time, we will now start the game. Lance, please start now the game. And we have 65 official players for this Kahoot game. Okay, please start now. Okay, sige. 72. Okay, Lance, we can start na for the... Yes. Let's start na. Okay. So 10 seconds for each question. The question will be flashed and I'll read it also. What makes offline and online conversations different? So these are the choices: presence of social cues only in face-to-face conversations, presence of two-way communications in F2F, ability to communicate ideas in F2F, and the right answer is the presence of social cues only in face-to-face conversations. So we have 9 correct answers for this. Sige, next natin and let us see sino ang nangunguna ngayon. So we have Sefiyism for this game. Sorry po, talagang mabilis lang tayo. Again, kailangan dito ng bilis ang inyong mga daliri para makuha nyo ang mas higher points for this. Okay, next na tayo. How do we practice positive online communication? Ang bilis. We have now 30. Okay. We have now 70 answers in just a span of 10 seconds. So again, the question is, how do we practice positive online communication? And the right answer for this one is, syempre, all of the above. We must be sensitive to the environment, knowing our audience, and placing ourselves in the shoes of others. So for the scoreboard, still on the first spot, Sefiyism. Next question. What are the common traits of an internet troll? Listed on the choices. What do you think are the common traits of an internet troll? And the correct answer is posts negative and unrelated comments. We have 49 correct answers. And the scoreboard shows that Jefferson got the first spot. Okay? We understand that some of you po ay nalalaglag sa ating Kahoot. We apologize. I think you can join na lang later sa ating. But still, you can join. You can still keep on track para ma-refresh sa atin yung ating mga learnings kanina. Okay, let's proceed to the fourth question. How do you avoid dangerous online personalities or situations? Okay, how do you avoid dangerous online personalities or situations? And the correct answer is report bad behavior. That's the best thing to do. We should report those negative behaviors. And we have 62 correct answers. Let's see who's in the lead. Okay, still Jepson is on the first spot. Okay, next question. Which of the following is not a platform we can use to communicate online? Again, not a platform we can use to communicate online. Yeah, we're seeing keyboard warriors here. We have 67 answers. The correct answer is digital language. And on the first spot, okay, naunahan na po ngayon ni Chris. Okay, Chris is now on the first spot. Next question. This is for our sixth question. Most online platforms follow a set of standards in online engagement known as... What is the answer? Most online platforms follow a set of standards in online engagement known as... I've heard it a lot a while ago from Sir Chad. And the correct answer is community standards. We have 59 correct answers, and let's see sino ang nasa first spot. Okay, still Chris on the first spot. Next question. Okay, habol tayo sa iba. Which of the following sites is not a fake site? Okay, we need here a keen eyes to identify what is not a fake site. Okay, magkakamukha, pero sino dito ang hindi fake site? And the correct answer is that one in color red, www.theguardian.com. We have 51 correct answers, and sino kaya ang nangunguna ngayon? Still Chris on the first spot. Okay, next question. The eighth question, the following apply to freedom of expression except what? Again, the following apply to freedom of expression except what? Still, you have 5 seconds to answer the question. And the correct answer for this question is... It is absolute. Okay, we have 29 correct answers. Wow. So, let us see the scoreboard. Oh, Hannah is now on the first spot. Okay, ganun-ganun lang yon. We're changing now the spots in our scoreboard. Okay. For our ninth question, the second to the last, of the following are the feminist principles of the internet except what? Is it freedom of expression, consent, hegemony, or anonymity? Again, the following are the feminist principles of the internet except what? 5 seconds to answer. And the correct answer for this question is hegemony. Okay, we have 33 correct answers, and let's see the scoreboard now. Oh, balik si Chris sa ating top 1. Okay, the last question that will determine the result, the final result of this Kahoot game. Let us see the final question. What is net neutrality? These are the choices. What is net neutrality? Mukhang nagkakatalo na lang tayo dito sa pabilisang pagsagot. Okay, we have 5 seconds. And the correct answer for this question is ISPs should treat all data on the internet equally. Nako, onti lang ang nakasagot. And let us see the final result. Okay. For the third spot, for getting 6,700, we have Agustina. Second spot, we have Jamie. And the first, we have L. Wow, we got it at 7,511 points. For L, congratulations, you will want a special prize. Okay, thank you for chatting me. Nasasabihin ko pa lang na i-chat mo ako. So for this game, you will be receiving a special prize and our team will communicate with you. So thank you for joining our icebreaker. Back to you, Gab, for the continuation of our training.
Okay, thank you so much, Pao, for that very engaging game. And congratulations to Lei for winning the Kahoot game. I was just talking to Lei earlier. So I'm so happy with the result of the game because it really measures no na you guys are advanced into this responsible digital citizenship space. And also this it was a bit advanced then on the concepts of net neutrality, feminism on the internet. But those are things that you guys will learn as we go. So I'm very excited for your journey, guys. So now let's proceed to the second part of our program, the second module. As we continue expanding our connection in today's digital world, it is important to always safeguard our data available online and, of course, safety as well. So, because any breach of privacy on the internet can easily affect our unplugged lives. As it is, our family, our friends at risk from online lurkers with bad intentions. So, as we harness the power of the internet and social media to gather, share, and spread information, we need to be privacy savvy by taking time to master the various ways of defending our online presence, personal info, and private files. We also need to learn how to do online security management, learn about the top cybersecurity tips that we also have to do as members of online community. So to speak about the topic, we introduce Miss Janet Tural. Janet Tural is a multi-awarded e-commerce advocate, digital influencer, and leadership coach. At her highest value, she provides independent insights. She's a former technical consultant and executive director of the Congressional Oversight Committee for the e-commerce law. She worked on policy, creation, and consumer protection, including value-added services, e-commerce, e-banking, data privacy for the private sector, and e-payments and government. Lastly, she has also helped the DTI in developing and facilitating the Philippines e-commerce roadmap. So without further ado, let us all welcome in the floor Ms. Janet Tural. We'll talk about online safety, well-being, and cybersecurity, copyright, and public domain.
Thank you so much, Gab. So I'd like to have a feel of our audience today. How are you doing? Can you rate yourself from 1 to 10, with 10 being the highest? How are you feeling right now? So can you type a quick answer? All right. Thank you so much. So some quick tips before I start with my session. And of course, whenever you're teaching online, especially if you're conducting your training online, some basic reminders. First and foremost, use a timer. Because you usually, whenever you conduct your trainings, your facilitators, your trainers will always give you more or less a sense of time, like how much time are they allotting to you. As responsible trainers, we must always be conscious of the time that is given to us. So as much as possible, when conducting your training, turn on your timer and make sure to properly record your time. Second, whenever you conduct your training, another thing that I would like to share is that the challenge with technical training is that we tend to get overloaded with a lot of terms. And usually, of course, if you have a technical audience, they might appreciate that. However, kapag nagtuturo tayo sa layman, maybe pagdating pa lang sa pangatlong slides mo, pang-apat na slides mo, pang-limang slides mo, lalo na kapag maraming images, maraming words, sooner or later your audience will get lost. Why? Because they will try to read what's on your slide, and if it's too wordy, pwedeng ma-overwhelm sila. So usually we try to manage that, and then at the same time, yung titingnan din. So with that in mind, you really have to balance your content. So sa public speaking, we usually follow two things, no? Ito yung tinuturo ko sa Maxwell Speakers Club. First, never convey a point without a story, and never tell a story without a point. So, especially in the online space, if we can couple our teachings with stories, the better, the more powerful we can get. So, yun yung aking pinaka two basic reminders sa mga trainers natin. Number one, be mindful of your time. Number two, whenever we convey teachings, always accompany them with a story so that kahit papaano mas makaka-connect tayo sa audience. And of course, kung meron kayong mga technical challenges, like kagaya ko, when using a Mac, hindi ako basta-basta makakagamit ang background. We try to make our as much as possible, hindi naman masyadong magulo yung background natin. Okay, so let's now proceed with our session. So actually, binigyan ako ng dalawang topic ng ating team. So let me start with my time right now so that para mapag-usapan natin siya. This is all about online safety, privacy basics, and cybersecurity. Now, whenever we try to teach this subject, maraming mga concerns, no? Kasi palagi itong nasa news today, and therefore requiring us to be very sensitive whenever we teach this topic because there's a lot of misinterpretation, misunderstanding, and then marami rin mga fake news, hype news surrounding this topic. So as trainers, I think it's our primary responsibility to make this topic as understandable to our audience as possible. So for this session, I'm going to discuss mga examples and then go through the terms and also discuss data privacy. And normally, whenever we try to teach this topic, as much as possible, we would like to engage our audience in the best way possible. And I'm very glad na nagkaroon tayo ng Kahoot game kanina. So mukhang hindi na tayo ganun ka-worried. And usually, one of the ways that you can engage your audience is to really ask questions sa inyong mga audience from time to time, no? Para kahit paano mas mag-warm up yung audience natin sa atin. I think for all of us, no, for the past 2 years, a lot of things have been very interesting, especially with COVID-19 that made us all dependent on digital technologies. In fact, kapag merong ngayon nagayaya na face-to-face training, ang dami kong tanong before I even agree to a face-to-face training. And the last face-to-face training that I facilitated, nung pag-uwi ko, medyo may sore throat ako. Tapos ang dami ng mga worries nung nagkaroon ako ng sore throat. So parang, baka mamaya may COVID ka na, lahat-lahat. No? So I think lahat sa atin may mga challenges din. And the same also for our students. So I guess kung tayo yung nagtuturo, especially if the facility that we're going to be using will be face-to-face, we all have to be mindful of COVID protocols, no? Whenever we teach. As a trainer, you have to decide are you going to wear a face mask or not when conducting your training. So isa rin yan sa mga pag-iisipan mo. And then how are you going to protect yourself as a trainer? Recently, before traveling, I even had to get a PCV13 vaccine, no, just to protect myself. And then I realized one of the vaccines that I did not took na hindi ko sineryoso na yung pala kailangan ko rin pala is the influenza vaccine. So if you're gonna conduct trainings, especially if it's gonna be face-to-face, please make sure that your participants will follow the necessary protocol. And of course, for yourself, no, make sure that you properly protect yourself kasi kahit na may insurance coverage ka pa lahat-lahat, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure because you don't know, no? Baka may participant kang niyalag na, hindi na siya nagsasalita pero andun na siya, no? At wala ka na magagawa. Sooner or later mo na lang malalaman, niyalagnat pala siya. All right? Now, when we talk about cybersecurity and all the challenges that we're facing right now, there are a lot of news that came out lately insofar as the various security incidents. No, in fact, the Philippines has climbed in the global list of hacking targets. Masyado tayo ngayong vulnerable, no? From 30th spot 4 years ago. 5 years ago, ngayon nasa 4th spot na tayo according to our report of Kaspersky Security Network in their recent survey. And then, of course, a lot of us are now using mga CCTV, tapos mga home cameras, and there were also reports, ito nangyari naman to sa Singapore, yung mga home cameras being hacked and footage being posted online. Meron din mga stolen footages from Singapore home cameras being sold also on porn sites, no? And I think marami tayong mga technologies, and I think for those of us who are teaching the use of various technologies, it's now part of our responsibility also to remind people that if they don't protect themselves properly, if they don't set things up properly, it might open to a lot of misuse and security risks, no? Gaya ng mga nakikita nating nangyayari sa news ngayon. Last year, malaking, yung tinuturo ko tong topic na to last year, big news yung mga phishing sites, no? BPI then was taking down like 10 phishing sites every day, pretending to be BPI. And BDO, Metrobank, Union Bank were also victims of phishing websites. No, a lot of people coming up with websites, fake websites that look like your banking websites, pero actually hindi naman talaga siya yun, no? And I'm sure also, minsan nakakakuha rin tayo sa mga text messages informing you that you have a delivery and they're trying to get your personal information over the phone. And wala ka naman naalalang in-order mo for those deliveries to be facilitated. And so it's a little bit scary, no? Now, when you look at the suspects in the December 2021 BDO hacking, nung yung merong na-charge ng hacking, ang interesting doon, merong person na ginagamit niya yung survey as a tool. Kunwari, isa-survey ka, tapos para after the survey, papadalan ka raw ng load sa GCash na 50 pesos. Pero bago kanya mapadala ng load, kailangan niya na ID mo para ma-prove at saka screenshot para ma-prove na natanggap mo yung pinadala sa iyo. And then the moment they receive the information, yun na yung gagamitin nila para makapag-create ng fake account, no? Over GCash, no? And among other platforms. And merong dyan nagbenta ng database, tapos merong isang bumili rin ng database na nag-match din ng mga credit card information. So it's a big scheme, no? In fact, parang ma-amaze ka kung how the parties came together, no, para ma-consolidate nila yung mga information na yon at ma-commit yung mga hacking attempts na nakita natin last year. Meron ba sa inyo nakapanood na ng Cyber Hell sa Netflix? Meron na ba nakapanood niyan? Can anyone confirm kung meron na nakapanood sa inyo ng Cyber Hell? Wala pa ba? Well, kung hindi niyo pa napapanood si Cyber Hell, I would encourage you to watch it. Actually, mahilig ako manood ng documentary sa Netflix, no? Isa sa mga napanood ko yung The Tinder Swindler, recently yung para bang in the future, no? Meron akong isa napanood na palabas din yung In the Future. Yung In the Future maganda. Ang isa sa pinag-uusapan doon sa In the Future yung in the future, what will it be like when you die? No, so parang pwedeng as early as now, pwedeng magko-configure ka na ng chatbot, no, na parang nagsisave ka ng voice mo, tapos meron kang mga a-answer ng mga questions, para ka na magiging si Kyle sa Superman, na para may ipapasok lang siya, makakausap mo na yung tatay mo, tapos parang siya talaga yung sumasagot sa iyo. So parang ganun yung idea na pinipresent nila, yung what will happen in the future, no? Especially as things can be configured. But of course, it also has its own potential risk, no? Pero I think in all technologies, marami talagang mga potential risks. And one of the more interesting documentaries na napanood ko recently is yung Cyber Hell, exposing an internet horror. Ito yung Ent Rooms sa Telegram. And ang nangyayari, yung mga babae parang kinokontak, kapag sabihin, gusto mo ba mag-apply na model? Tapos magpapadala sila ng mga pictures, kapag sabihin, meron ka bang ganitong photo para ma-endorse kita for this project? And then hinihingi yung ID nila para doon daw sila babayaran. And then afterwards, ayun na, they will start getting threats, no? Like, mag-post ka ng picture, tapos kailangan sabihin mo, I love God, o kaya kung sino yung parang ipe-praise mo, o kaya sasabihin mo na slave ka. Tapos kung ano yung mga pinapagawa nila. Tapos ang nakakatakot doon, yung mga members doon sa rooms na yon, they would be even disclosing the address of the person, no? Sabihin nila kung ano yung address, anong buong pangalan niya, saan siya nakatira, yung complete details, pati yung talagang as in, talagang kompletong details. To the point na yung mga women na naging victim dito sa case na to were really traumatized, and a lot of them are actually mga high school students, no? And some would even talaga contemplate of committing suicide. At saka very interesting kung paano nila tinrack ito. So when you look at technologies like, for example, sa Telegram or Snapchat, where the things that you post can disappear within 24 hours. Now, supposedly, it gives you that promise of privacy. But on the other hand, it can be used by people with malicious intentions, people with dangerous intentions into causing further damage sa mga tao. No? So I think as trainers, I would really encourage you to start watching documentaries more on Netflix. Maraming mga internet-related documentaries sa Netflix, and I'm sure meron din sa YouTube na pwede niyong mapanood. And it will really enlighten you dun sa mga iba't ibang abuses na nakikita natin online. No? In fact, they even have a series about porn, no, na nakapag-interview sila ng mga babaeng nagpa-participate sa mga porn sites, no, and it will really it will give you the necessary info that you need to be enlightened, so that as a trainer, when you talk to people, you come from a place of parang informed perspective rather than nagre-rely ka lang dun sa gut feel mo in terms of how you should look at the topic. All right. Another thing na nakita rin natin sa mga news lately is yung sinasabi na phishing was a top cybercrime during quarantine. Actually, hindi ko na ito in-update kasi halos yung pa rin naman ang sinasabi ng mga latest news today, no? And dati, of course, andun na rin yung mga online child pornography na it became an issue for the past 2 years. Pero ngayon talaga, phishing scams talaga ang talagang namamayagpag. In fact, recently, Land Bank was on the news, nagagalit yung mga teachers, and Land Bank was saying, actually, hindi kami na-hack. The teachers became a victim of online phishing scams, no? Yung mga social engineering, yung kinakausap sila, tapos nagdi-disclose na sila ng information about themselves, tapos doon na misuse yung information nila. Maaaring nagre-respond din sila doon sa mga messages, or nag-click sila doon sa mga links na nakukuha nila sa mga text messages that may have led them to other websites for one reason or another that we have to be mindful of, no? And ito yung mga examples na sinasabi ko, no? Yung BPI was known for flagging down phishing sites daily. BDO also warning mga depositors against scammers, and there's an ever-increasing number of scammers that we're seeing every day. Websites have been very creative of mga hacker websites na talagang really copying your bank websites, no, na talagang kala mo mukhang totoo talaga, no. Kaya ang ganda nung test kanina do sa Kahoot, di ba? Parang talagang tingin natin the Guardian siya, pero yung pala Guardland pala yon, o kaya Guard 1AN, no? At kahit tayo mako-confuse tayo. And sometimes akala natin sobrang alert na tayo, tapos yung pala pwedeng tayo rin mismo mako-confuse tayo kahit na supposedly we should know better, no? Kaya nga a lot of Pinoys are under attack, no, from all of these online scams that we're seeing right now. And it really gets worse, no? Smart PLDT Smart block 77, if I'm not mistaken, 77,000 ba or million SIM cards, no? And also Globe has blocked 138 million scam texts in the first half of 2022. The new DICT secretary, si Attorney Ivan, was interviewed, tapos tinanong siya kung gaano ba karami yung nakukuha niyang text scam, no? At sabi nga niya marami. Curious ako, nakakatanggap ba kayo ng text scam? How many text scams do you receive every day? Can you still count? Can you still monitor the number that you're getting? How many text scam? Oh, di ba? Grabe, di ba? From job opening, tapos may Lazada na opening, tapos may loan, tapos mayroong casino. Basta grabe, it's so unbelievable. Tapos di ba recently, I think that was last year, di ba, a law was passed, yung number, yung single number, yung para kahit paano you can transfer to another telco pero retain your number. So how do you want to retain that number if that number is being flooded with scams, di ba? ako meron akong email. I have a website called digitalfilipino.com. Yeah, tama. Christopher, yung number portability. I have a website called digitalfilipino.com that started back in 1999. So my oldest email address, well, di naman talaga oldest. Parang oldest ko yata Yahoo and Hotmail. And then my own domain. So meron akong domain-based na email address, yung janet@digitalfilipino.com. Grabe talaga yon sa dami ng spam na natatanggap ko. Kaya minsan, ang hirap din talaga na sabihin mo yung you're gonna have a single email address or a single number, and then when it all becomes a victim of all of these attacks, paano gagawin mo, no? A lot of your emails na legitimate emails entering your spam folder. And sooner or later, pati yung, I won't be surprised kung pati yung mga text messages na nakukuha natin, magkakaroon na tayo ng SMS request at saka SMS from contacts. Parang sa Facebook, di ba, merong inbox, tapos parang message request, tapos spam. Baka pag tagal-tagal, pati yung mga text natin, ganun na rin, no? O kaya, bago ka siguro makatanggap ng link from the mobile phone, kailangan mo munang i-clear yung mobile number, yung parang merong verification na are you allowing this number to contact you, no? Kayo, anong mga naiisip nyo ng mga ways para maprotektahan tayo sa mga scams na nakukuha natin sa text message? Ako yun ang naiisip ko eh. Yung pag nakatanggap ka ng text, yung para bang in the future, kailangan mo munang i-ano siya, are you authorizing this number to contact you? Or are you even authorizing this number to send you links? Or maybe may feature later on na can you turn off links sa text messages? Of course, yung SIM card registration, isa yan sa mga pinag-uusapan, no? Pero di ba, kahit nga yung mga legit na SIM card, mahilig di magpadala ng spam sa atin. Pero ako naiisip ko, yung dapat walang links na matatanggap sa cellphone. Para kahit paano hindi para kahit paano maaano natin siya, maiiwasan natin siya. Kung gusto mong makatanggap o kaya kung merong mang link, hindi siya clickable. Parang part lang siya ng text pero dapat hindi siya siguro clickable. Bigyan na tayo ng option to by default to turn off yung clickability ng mga links na yon, kasi sabi nila maraming mga nagko-complain na yung mga links na yon, once na click, para nako-compromise na raw yung Facebook account nila, no? At kung ano-ano pa. Merong nga meron ding isang trending movie sa Netflix. Sige, baka mamaya maalala ko siya. Ano naman siya, nag-extort siya sa mga babae. Yung parang humihingi siya ng mga photos. Tapos parang lumalabas, nakuha lang din siya via, parang nag-PPM siya sa Facebook, tapos ayun din, nanghihingi rin siya na pag kinakaibigan ka muna, tapos mamaya tatakutin ka na, hihingan ka na rin ng mga photos. And then I think para lang matrack siya, kailangan siyang padalhan ng text na hopefully maklik niya, no? And of course, kung nanood din kayo nung Korea na tawag dito, Money Heist, meron naman nakapanood sa inyo ng Money Heist? Di ba yung smartphone, nakatanggap siya ng message, kailangan niyang i-click yung link, tapos automatic magta-turn on na yung video feature. I know I'm using a lot of parang mga familiar mga brands, no? Netflix, yung mga movies, among others. But I think at the end of the day, of course, when talking to your public, no, especially dun sa mga gusto nyo i-train, I think the more relatable that you can become, the better, no? Para at least mas maka-connect tayo sa mga audiences din natin, no? Kasi napaka-importante yon. Otherwise, baka umikot yung mata nila. Nawala na sila, na-lost na sila in conversation. So sometimes ako ilang beses na ako nagkamali dyan. Guilty ako dyan, no? Parang sobrang proud pa ako, ang ganda-ganda ng presentation ko. Tapos pagdating ng Q&A, wala man lang tanong ni isa, no? Nadali ako ron. So anyway, to make us safe and secure in our online environments, we have to really secure our digital devices, secure our identity. At ito, hinighlight na to kanina ng ating resource person, no? And protect your data. And of course, it's also really important that we become aware of scams, no? Yung mga websites natin, like si Facebook, may mga features siya na pwedeng i-turn on yung security. So kapag halimbawa nagpapagamit kayo ng Facebook sa class, o kaya you require them to create accounts on websites and access the websites, if your participants will be accessing their email in a computer shop, halimbawa ginawa mo yung training mo in a telecenter, or people using shared devices, it is your duty to remind people on how they can secure their accounts. No, pwede sila mag two-factor authentication, SMS alert, discourage them from saving passwords, or make sure that they delete their cache, no, before they leave. No, actually napansin niyo rito, no, dun sa Facebook meron na ring feature ngayon yung choose 3 to 5 friends to contact if you get locked out. Meron na rin siyang ganung feature para kahit paano maano ka, matulungan ka. Sa Europe, meron silang bill yung meron silang batas yung the right to be forgotten. Dati si Facebook, pag ano rin yata, nag-auto-delete siya ng mga accounts. Kaso nung nagkaroon ng mga incidents before na mga shooting victims, na instead of these accounts being deleted, parang pinakiusapan nila na wag na i-delete yung mga accounts. Kaya nagkaroon na sila ngayon nung parang memorialize na accounts. So, ando pa rin, pumapasok din yung privacy issue doon. Like kayo, what do you think? If you pass away, do you want your information to remain on Facebook, or do you want your account or page to be deleted? What are your thoughts on that? Curious ako sa inyo. Do you want to be forgotten, or do you want your accounts to be deleted or remain? Ayan. So yan, kasama yan sa inyong digital asset management. Dati kasi pag nagpaplano na tayo, no, pinag-iisipan lang natin, i-cremate ba tayo, no, who will be there? Pero ngayon, pati yung digital assets natin. Should our PayPal accounts be deleted? Should our online banking, should our Facebook accounts be deleted? Gmail accounts be deleted? Among others. Do you also want it to be backed up? Kasi, di ba, sino ba ang magiging custodian ng data mo? And then what if your custodian of data becomes negligent of your data? So, paano rin yun? No? So, maraming mga pinag-iisipan. Kaya kung tutusin, when we talk about cybersecurity, it's not just because our data can be compromised, but of course, anything that can happen to us also. We have a lot of digital information out there that needs to be managed, and it can get misused, no, if we don't think ahead of what's gonna happen with our data. All right. So pagdating sa mga identity and privacy, meron naman tayong mga best practices such as not sharing our personal data. Huwag tayo magbibigay ng password. At huwag din tayo basta-basta magbibigay ng mga videos until necessary. In fact, nakakatakot yung mga nagbibigay ng mga videos saka mga photos. Kasi yan din talaga ang isa rin yan sa mga pwedeng maging challenges mo later on. Isa sa mga documentary din na napanood ko sa Netflix yung Cheer. No? Gusto ko yung Cheer kasi there was, in my younger days, nag-aspire din ako maging cheerleader dati. No? Pero anyway, yung Cheer, yung pinaka-latest na season nila, featured one of the players who got accused of child pornography. Parang yung mga young cheerleaders, kinokontak niya, tapos nanghihingi siya ng video, like kukunan yung butt nila, tapos kukunan yung ganito, tapos pinapadala nila via Snapchat. And of course, after a while, those videos get deleted. However, meron palang feature sa Snapchat na parang for your eyes only, parang nandun yung mga archives or whatever that they have saved. And itong guy na to, parang nagpadala siya ng photo niya na parang may ginagawa siya sa sarili niya. And yun yung nagamit na material para kasuhan siya. No? Kaya kung tutusin, yung sharing of videos, talagang kailangan, especially if you're teaching young people, you really have to remind young people. And even adults, no? Kasi marami rin mga adults na mahilig mag-take ng video nila for one reason or another. and yun na nga, no, and those videos can be misused, abused, no, not necessarily by the recipient of the video, pero depende, baka mamaya yung sharing platform na pinag-uploadan mo dun siya na-compromise. Tapos di ba, usong-uso ngayon yung parang yung mga deepfake websites na all of a sudden yung mukha mo pwede na ma-plaster sa isang video. All of a sudden let's say in real life you are a 200-pounder tapos yung merong isang picture doon na sexy tapos nalagay doon yung mukha mo, akala ng tao ikaw na yun, no? Pero actually hindi ikaw yun, no? So maraming ng mga tools ngayon, no, na where our information can be used and abused, including our video content. So kaya kailangan din na i-remind natin siya, no? So ganun din when attending an online meeting. By the way, pasensya na kayo, magulubog ko dyan. Kaya ngayon nagsusombrero na ako kasi isa sa mga nagiging challenge ko pag taga-tagal yung hair ko nagiging buwaghag. Kaya siguro isa rin sa mga best friend ng mga trainer gel. Gel spray net or kagaya nito, cap. Para kahit paano hindi gumugulo ang mga buhok nyo. So when attending online meetings, think about it, no? Who will attend the meeting? Will it be recorded, no? Kapag yung mga pinopost ba, are they being saved, no? And can you blur your background or can you change your background? Kasama rin yan, no? Kasi syempre baka mamaya meron kayong mga na-disclose na information na hindi nyo dapat i-disclose. Okay ba na yung mga background nyo? May mga pictures, may mga effects, no? So you really have to think about that. Kaya nga gustong-gusto ko si Google Meet kasi kaya mong i-blur. Sa Zoom, pag hindi mo kayang lagyan ng background, wala ka na magagawa. Kaya si Google Meet isa sa mga paborito ko, no? And also, other ways that you can also protect your data, choose the downloads that you will the programs, the applications that you will download, choose them wisely. At kapag magsha-shopping tayo online, siguraduhin natin na yung mga pagbibilhan nating website. Talagang yung mga kialan na, huwag niyong porket mura doon ka nabibili. And back up your files, no? Ngayon, paano gagawin mo kapag nahack ka na? Madalas kasi hindi mo masasabi. Like halimbawa, how many of you naranasan na talagang nawala yung cellphone nyo? Sino sa inyo mga naka-recall na nakawan ng cellphone o nawalan ng cellphone kapos marami? Ayan, di ba? So kung nawalan na kayo ng cellphone, di ba? All of us have our own share of bad experience. Alam niyo ba itong phone ko na ginagamit ko ngayon as a timer? Alam niyo, gaano siya katagal na wala sa akin? There was a time na wala siya sa akin for 3 months. Kapos nakabalik itong phone na to sa akin. Talagang grabe, no? Talagang yung pagpara sa'yo, babalik at babalik siya sa inyo. Nangyari talaga to sa akin na wala to ng 3 buwan. Para naiwan ko siya sa plane. Tapos dati siya, may cover kasi siya. Tinanggal ko na yung cover niya ngayon. Nalagay ko doon yung boarding pass ko. Tapos yung nakakuha ng phone ko, siguro nakita niya yung boarding pass. Tapos hinanap niya ako sa Facebook. Pero I really wondered why it took this person 3 months to get back to me. Parang nahirapan yata siya hanapin ako or something. Tapos tinanong niya lang sa akin kung may iPhone ba akong ganito. Parang hindi ko siya mag-gets nung una hanggang sa nagpadala siya ng picture. Sabi ko, yan yung phone ko. Sabi ko, ganun. And ang tingin ko, kaya hindi nila basta mapalitan and everything. Kasi di ba si iPhone known siya nun sa feature na yung pag nawala yung phone mo, yung hahanapin mo yung phone mo. Tapos, yan, gagamitin mo yung Find My Phone feature, di ba? Gagamitin mo siya. Actually, nung hinahanap ko siya, Agustina talagang hindi na siya makita. Kaya lang, naka-configure siya as lost. Tapos parang inactivate mo yung mga setting na kapag nag-on siya, mag-detect siya ng picture. So the moment na mag-on siya, yun ang magiging behavior ng phone. So siguro somebody tried to do it tapos nung ma-realize nila na pag-on nila ng phone kagad sa phone, naka-alert na lost phone siya, na-realize nila siguro na parang hindi nila basta-basta magagalaw yung phone. So kaya siguro wala na silang choice kundi ibalik siya sa akin. Hanapin na lang ako para mabalik siya sa akin. Pero anyway, ang nangyari na lang noon, may kakilala ako na nasa isang courier company. Pinapick up ko na lang yung phone. Ano siya nasa Negros siya. Tapos ayun, pinapick up ko na lang talaga. Tapos pinakourier ko siya all the way sa akin. No? Diba? Para akong nawalan ng pet. Bumalik yung pet sa bahay. No? Pero anyway, pagdating sa mga backup, usually, kailangan talaga gamitin natin yung mga cloud services and we really have to save our data in the right locations para kahit paano kung merong mangyari sa mga gadgets natin, sa mga devices natin, hindi tayo iiyak. Hindi yung, nasira yung computer ko, paano na presentation ko. Ako usually, ang first intuition ko, halimbawa nagloko yung phone, nagloko yung computer, lalo na kapag computer or laptop, pinapa-pull out ko kagad yung hard drive. Tapos gagawin ko kagad siyang external na hard drive. Tapos kukuha ko ng bagong computer, tapos doon ko siya ikakabit. Kaya kung tutusin, I have 3 external hard drives from 3 defunct na mga computers. No? Pagdating naman sa mga cloud services, I think if you're using two-factor authentication, at saka kahit paano, meron kang on-site backup, tapos yung sa online backup, selective, no? Mga selective lang yung mga binabackup natin. At least yung mga kailangan natin, magagamit natin siya. Huwag naman din natin ilagay lahat para maiwasan natin yung situation na masyadong mako-compromise yung data natin. And marami pang mga ibang klaseng scams, no? Like mga tech support calls, no? Like halimbawa, nagloko yung ganito mo. This is from software company. We want to call you. We want to know if you want to upgrade your account. Ganyan. If you did not inquire for it, don't entertain it, no? Kasi mamaya may kumontak sa'yo from your favorite social networking website. Tapos sabi, papadalhan ka raw ng free advertising credit. Tapos may kailangan lang information sa iyo para ma-activate yung service na yon. Don't take the risk, don't entertain it. Huwag tayong ma-carried away dun sa mga free na binibigay sa atin kasi yung pala ano na pala yon, illegal site na pala yon. And kanina binanggit yung privacy basics, no? Yung think before you share kasi baka mamaya yung sineshare nating information maybe compromising other people's info, lalo na kung minors and if they are identifiable, if there are photos, yung mga pictures ng mga deposit slips, pictures ng mga license, serial numbers, any identifying numbers, wag din natin siyang ibibigay. Ganun din, maski sa mga photos, no? Kung wala rin lang naman tayong consent na i-share yung photo, mag-ingat din tayo sa pag-share ng mga photos, especially if there are people in the background dun sa mga photos natin na sobrang identifiable. We might end up violating their privacy as well. And pagdating naman sa privacy law, one of the things that we also have to remember, whatever information we collect, we are required to protect. Kaya kung hindi natin kailangan yung isang information, wag natin i-collect yung information na yon. Avoid asking for information that you cannot protect, no? Kasi kapag nag-leak yon at ikaw ang ma-identify na source ng leak, then you're gonna be accountable for that information. Pero kung sakasakali na mayroong mga information na nakastore sa iyo at nawala yung laptop mo, nawala yung USB mo, na-compromise yung cellphone mo, it is your obligation to inform parties na nawawala yung gadgets mo, na nandun lahat yung mga social networking websites mo, palitan mo kagad yung password mo para kahit paano maiwasan natin yung people will be contacting other people on your behalf tapos nanghihingi na ng tulong tapos hindi naman pala totoo. Okay, so Gab, let's take a quick break on this one. Pag-usapan muna natin siya bago tayo mag-proceed dun sa next topic natin. Gab, are you there? Bago natin pag-usapan yung next topic, meron ba tayong question or clarification pagdating sa online safety, privacy basics, and bago tayo mag-proceed? Yung sa cloud services, I think na-answer ko na siya. Meron pa ba tayong mga questions or clarification? Okay. So may question dito. Sige, yung hindi raw na-screenshot ni ma'am. Sandali Yung sino ang I think magkakaroon naman po kayo ng copy ng handout. If I'm not mistaken. Pero sige. Hold on. Para ma-screenshot niyo na siya. Gab, are you there? Shall I proceed with the Q&A or may mag-ano sa atin? Michael, shall I proceed? Sagutin ko na lang yung mga questions.
Ayun, ma'am, pasensya na po, Ma'am Janet. Naku, Parang disconnected yata si Gab ngayon. So, no, let's continue with if you have some questions, guys, please feel free to ask it in our chat box,
Sige. Anuhin na natin. So, what could be the difference between free cloud and paid cloud? Usually, ang limitation niya is storage space. And of course, yung tech support. No? Pag tech support, pag paid ka, usually merong guaranteed na turnaround time. Kadalasan yung mga free, parang wala sila talagang support More of community support ang available sa kanya. O kaya magtiyaga kang basahin yung mga FAQs. No? Yun ang na-observe ko sa mga free accounts. How safe are virtual private networks? I guess it depends to whom you subscribe to, pero kasi kahit yung mga virtual private networks na abuse din sila, no? Kasi nagagamit din siya for other illegal things. Pero if you're gonna get it naman from trusted providers, then pwede naman siya, especially when you're visiting countries na mas masyadong restrictive yung mga firewall rules nila, then siguro doon natin siya gagamitin. Kaya lang, if you're gonna use it in your company or enterprise, there are reasons why sites are being blocked. May reasons bakit binablock yung mga websites na yon. Tapos kung tuturuan mo yung mga estudyante mo gumamit ng VPN para to go around the block that is being implemented, pag-isipan nyo mabuti kung ituturo nyo yun. No, kasi baka mamaya they might end up violating regulations of the school, regulations of the organization, matanggal pa sila sa trabaho na gumamit sila ng VPN to bypass certain security. So pag-isipan din natin mabuti kung bakit ba siya binablock in the first place. Any thoughts on AI with respect to online safety? Actually, yung napanood ko recently, yung what happens when you die in the future, yung in the future series na makikita nyo sa Netflix. In the future, what happens when you die? Isa sa mga pinag-usapan doon yung gamit ng AI. Kasi parang ang idea sa kanya, meron imbis na ang examples nila, like halimbawa imbis na i-cremate ka, yung body mo raw gagawin siyang i-compose siya para maging soil siya. Tapos pwede siyang taniman ng mga halaman, no? Pero isa rin sa mga sila, tapos pwede raw mag-save ng information mo sa DNA, di ba? Yung Wikipedia, may mga technology na ngayon na you can save information in a DNA ng living things, no? So pwedeng yung DNA mo nakasave sa isang tree. Lahat ng information mo nakasave sa isang tree or something. And then, depending on how you prepare, pwede ka nang mag-record ng pananalita mo. You're required to read the document. And then afterwards, you can start answering questions na para bang whoever will be your relative in the future, sino man yung mga relatives mo in the future, pwede ka nilang kausapin. No? Halimbawa, sabi niya, "Hi Lola, hi Apo." Gaganon ka. Magi-greet ka na, tapos sasabihin niya, "What can you say about my Papa Gabriel?" "Your Papa Gabriel as a kid is ganyan. No, parang magkukwento ka na. So and technically this is using AI, no? AI technology siya, no? So nandun na tayo, ginagawa na siya ngayon. So sabi ko nga, okay yun na, parang napaisip talaga ako, no? Sabi ko dapat pala magsimula na akong mag-recording ngayon, no? Pwede pala yung gano'n para kung may mga apo-apo ka, pag laki-laki nila, pwede na silang panoorin ka lang nila, makikipagkwentuhan lang sila sa'yo. But of course, as much as it is exciting, paano mo rin poprotektahan yung ganong klaseng technology to the point that they will not put words on your mouth? No? Kung magkakaroon ng ganun, baka mamaya biglang all of a sudden may mga inaamin ka ng crimes na hindi naman talaga ikaw ang gumawa. No? Meron sila napasok doon sa system. So yun din yung mga pinag-aanuhan natin. So AI has a lot of potential, pero of course we also have to guard the use of such information. No? Merong isang tanong rito. Ano pa ba yung isang ito? I am not really a fan of all screen sharing applications, but now that my company mandated us to have these apps, how can I protect my data? Pwede kang gumamit ng accounts lang for screen sharing. So halimbawa, gumawa ka ng email account, tapos yung email account lang yun ang gagamitin mo for screen sharing. Pwede kang mag-decide na wag kang magta-turn on ng video kung ayaw mo talaga magpakita sa on-cam. Kung gagamit ka naman ng applications, pwedeng make sure na lang that you have a clean desktop before sharing any applications, and only use applications that you are comfortable with. Like for example, kung sanay ka sa Google Meet or sa Zoom, doon ka lang gagamit sa dalawang apps na yon. Huwag kang gagamit ng mga ibang apps. So pili ka na lang kung saan ka mas comfortable. Dapat siguro sa training, meron tayong list of relevant cyber laws to orient attendees. Iniisip kasi ng mga tao, no rules online. They don't behave as if, yes, I agree with you. Actually, kung tutusin, talagang may mga, like in my case, I conduct trainings on the e-commerce law, data privacy law, pero I have to be upfront in saying na usually it would require you mga 3 hours at the minimum to discuss each law properly, lalo na kung lalagyan natin siya ng mga examples. No? Pero I agree with you. Meron akong isang training module, yung working remotely, yung best practices on working remotely. Dun sa mga training na yon, talagang per one law per session, yung copyright, cyber law, cyber crime, tig isang session yon, tapos may mga case studies and then application ng policies. But I think pwede rin yun naman gawin yun in other venues. What are the reasons of being locked out in Facebook? My brother's account was locked out pero hindi po niya ma-recover even though email niya is registered in that account. After an hour, naka-receive po siya sa email na notification of resetting the password and na-change na po yung Facebook niya na nag-a-appear sa email niya. Parang, okay, na-compromise yung account niya. So, there are many reasons why you are locked out, no? One of them can be you being reported, no? O kaya somebody is repeatedly trying to log in. O kaya nung may ni-report sa'yo na ikaw ba yung nag-log in dito, sinabi mo hindi ikaw. Automatic lockout yung account mo pag sinabi mo hindi ikaw yung nag-log in na yun, no? Kaya kahit na ikaw yon, tapos sinubukan mo lang i-click na hindi ikaw yon, automatic para malalock out na siya kasi para mag-go through na siya ng process ng verification. No? So usually kapag gumagamit tayo ng mga multiple devices, that can happen. O kaya meron kang ina-access na site tapos may require na Facebook login, automatic na sa mobile device mo nag-open yung Facebook na login page attempting to log in. Tapos maybe nakasave nun sa browser ng mobile phone mo yung email address. So parang may attempt to log in na siya. So yun, pwedeng mag-trigger ng lockout sa Facebook yun. No? So yun yung mga masyado siyang sensitive. Kaya as much as possible, iwasan natin yung marami tayong niya-loginan. If you feel na you really want to secure it, pwedeng mag-decide kayo na you're only going to access your Facebook sa mobile device lang and nothing and nowhere else para kahit paano maiwasan yung possibility na ma-lockout ka kasi maraming mga browsers ang nagtatry mag-log in. So usually when you try to log in from multiple devices, nangyayari yun. At ganun din, when you try to log in through various apps using Facebook as a mode for logging in, it also makes your social media account vulnerable as well. Kasi syempre, ginagamit siya for authentication. May I ask for ways on how we can delete or customize our online footprint. What can we do if there are posts or online footprint that we don't want to be traceable or searchable where our name is Googled? I think kung ayaw talaga natin makita siya, kailangan burahin natin siya. Nagkaroon ako ng situation na merong isang CEO ng isang popular e-commerce website. Parang there was a time super active siya online, no? Nag-appear siya sa mga iba't ibang events, among others. And then I think nagkaroon yata siya ng case. And because of that case, I don't know, isa siguro sa mga sinuggest sa kanya is i-delete niya yung footprint niya as much as possible. Kasi siguro para baka ano pa kasi makita sa kanya in the course of the investigation, lalo na kapag may mga claims in relation to income. So all of a sudden, pati yung websites ko na naging speaker siya o kaya yung may photo kami, pinadelete niya lahat yun. Talagang lahat kinontak niya para i-delete yung mga photos na nakapublish siya. May article na nabanggit siya, pinadelete niya talaga. Sinabi niya na parang nakiusap naman siya na maayos kung bakit niya pinapadelete. So sa Facebook naman, ganun din. Pwede kayong mag-archive ng mga old posts na ayaw niyo nang makita. I don't know sa inyo pero ako dumaan ako sa mga stage before, lalo na yung mga down ako before. Dati pag down ako, binubura ko talaga yung lahat ng photos ko sa Facebook. Minsan nagkusisi ako, ba't ko siya binura lahat Pero na-realize ko later, buti nga lang pala binura ko rin. Kasi yung the amount of information that you publish online can also pose a challenge for you. Okay? Thoughts on discouraging, sige, mamaya pupunta tayo doon sa topic ng piracy. No? Pagdating sa mga cyber regulations, usually ang pinag-aaralan natin is intellectual property law, cybercrime law, data privacy law, at saka e-commerce law. So, yung apat na yan. Saka voyeurism, yung law natin against, yung anti-voyeurism na legislation. At saka yung Access Devices Act, at saka yung sa online, yung child pornography. No? Kasi lahat yan, kabit-kabit kasi siya. No? Okay. Gab, shall we move on to the next topic?
Yes, Ma'am Jana.
Sige. Tapos tama-tama matatakal pa natin yung mga questions ng iba. Sige, punta na tayo doon sa next. Let me just set up my timer again. Hold on. All right. So for this part, I'd like to talk about copyright, fair use, and public domain. Kung tutusin, sensitive na issue ang copyright. And in fact, marami ring mga changes pagdating sa usapin ng copyright. And minsan nagiging highly subjective siya. However, if when you're talking about this topic, as much as possible, yung fundamentals gusto talaga nating i-establish. I think it is safe to say na one way or the other, lahat tayo nag-commit ng copyright violation for lack of knowing, for not knowing better. O yung mga iniisip natin na akala natin ay okay lang, tapos biglang ma-realize natin ay mali pala yon. Ako, dalawa o tatlong beses nangyari sa akin yun. No? And nakakaano pa nga kasi talagang napahiya talaga ako. Pero I guess that's part of the learning journey. No? It gives you a lot of humility. Kaya ito pag tinuturo ko to, it comes from a place na kahit ako, marami akong pagkakamali pagdating sa area ng copyright, fair use, and public domain. So anyway, let's proceed and start discussing this topic. So magpapakita tayo ng mga iba't ibang halimbawa ng copyright violation. Pag-usapan din natin yung copyright and fair use at yung public domain. Now, 49% of Filipino consumers have access daw mga piracy streaming sites. And in fact, there's also increased risk of exposure to malware, fake branded product ads, at explicit pornography. No? Ito yung parang consequences na tinuturing pagdating sa online piracy. According kay Orlando Oxales, isang kolumnista ng Manila Standard. And I think very very challenging to sa atin kasi because people looking for movies that they can download, applications that they can download, software that they can download, they suddenly find themselves going to websites that they should not access. Kahit yung nagpa-repair ka ng computer mo, kapos sabi nung yung repair guy mo, "Sir, bayaran mo na lang ako ng ganito. Installan na kita ng ganitong software, ganyang software." Kapos ikaw naman, tuwan-tuwa ka dahil wala kang babayaran, oo ka naman ng oo, no? Kapos hindi mo alam kung saan na pala nanggaling lupaalop yung mga software na yon at maaring may mga kasama na siyang malware. Pero kung kahit na wala pa siyang malware, kahit na sabihin mong clean copy pa siya, pero the mere fact that we are open to piracy at tinatanggap natin siya, lalo na if it's gonna benefit us, can be considered as alarming. So marami tayong mga examples na nakita recently pagdating sa mga online piracy. O kahit na hindi online kahit na piracy na lang in general or intellectual property rights violation in general. 'Di ba? Recently nagalit si Lauren Greenfield na yung poster na post sa EDSA na binabate si Madam Imelda Marcos ng happy birthday ginamit daw yung photo from the movie Kingmaker. And in fact, meron pa nga ako isang nakitang article na criticize bakit daw yung birthday, imbis na one word, ginawa raw 2 words. No? Sabi, bakit daw ganun? Hindi man lang daw yan na proofread ng maayos. And to the point, pinagko-comment nga yung outdoor mga OOTD, parang outdoor association, no? Yan, yung 93rd, no? Yung 93rd on 93rd, yun, pinapanood, yan yung pinag-uusapan naman sa programa ni Ted Filon, no? Pagdating sa mga yan. So, yan yung mga issue. Tapos, of course, ng election, no? We've also seen a lot of intellectual property rights violation ng mga election campaigns. Nandun yung mga songs na pinalitan lang ng konti yung lyrics, pero they are singing using the same tune. Yan, example din yan ng violation ng intellectual property rights, no, and regulation. Kaya nga palagi nilang pinapaalala na IPR violation is stealing, plain and simple, no? Sabi ni Congressman De Venecia, no? Chairman ng House of Representatives Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts, no? Kaya kung tutusin, there's still a lot to learn on intellectual property rights, no? Kasi marami tayong mga nakikitang violation in that space. And then, of course, isa rin sa mga malalaking issue natin, yung copy-paste na culture, di ba? Pag meron tayong, yung mga estudyante natin, no? Nag-right-click dito, copy doon, crop ng screen dito, crop ng screen doon. Kasama yan sa mga nagiging challenge. Kaya nga sa akin, bisa nagiging ano ko rin yan. Dati, pa meron akong mga nakikitang articles, kinakopy ko lang yung main point, tapos nilink ko siya. Pero dahil nga sa parang masyadong mainit yung usapin pagdating sa copyright violation, kaya sabi ko na lang, ganito na lang gagawin ko, ikakopy ko na lang talaga yung website para makita yung original, makita yung URL, makita yung news platform, makita yung ano yung article, tapos nakalink siya para kahit paano masabi na dyan natin kinuha yung feature, no? O yung gusto nating i-highlight, no? Kaya maraming mga lumalabas sa standards ngayon kung paano ka magpa-properly attribute. Kaya as a trainer, kayo rin magde-decide kayo, ganito ang standard natin kapag tayo ay magbibigay ng attribution. Lalo na yung sa mga paggamit ng mga photos, paggamit ng mga articles, ano ba, mag APA citation style ba kayo o kung ano man yung paraan na gagamitin nyo para lang ma-properly attribute nyo yung mga sources na ginagamit din. Yung credits to the owner, hindi rin siya tama, no? Kasi pwedeng nagba-violate ka pa rin. In fact, isa yun sa mga in-emphasize dito sa article ng billboards are not immune to copyright laws, no? Na nabanggit yon, yung pasabihin mong credits to the owner, hindi rin siya acceptable, no? Kaya parang maraming mga moves ngayon na trying to block mga websites na nagba-violate ng copyright, no? Yung moves ng mga industry para i-violate ito. And I guess in your case, especially if you belong to an educational institution, tapos yung schools nyo nagpo-provide kayo ng access sa internet, isa rin yan sa mga measures na pwede nyong i-take. And then, ganun din sa mga estudyante natin, yung pagpapaalala natin na wag tayo basta-basta kumukuha ng content, lalo na sa mga websites that allows us to gain access to pirated content. True, Christopher. In fact, meron akong tinatapos na study ngayon, yung state of Philippine online freelancing industry. Gawa na siya. Tapos meron akong siguro ilang slides yon na puro references. So, kailangan i-comply ko siya dun sa isang citation style na para lang maging compliant to a certain standard, no? Tapos pero kung tutusin, pagdating sa mga intellectual property violations, piracy pa rin ang talagang pinaka-top, no? Yung pagda-download ng mga TV shows, animated series, mga movies. Tapos meron din mga nagda-download ng e-books, educational textbooks, no? Kasama pumapasok din 'yan, no? Sa mga nakikitang piracy din. And then pati na rin yung mga graphics work, no? In fact, di ba si Dua Lipa nga na demanda rin ng copyright violation kasi yung isang kanta raw niya, hawig na hawig daw dun sa isang kanta, no? So ibig sabihin kahit na yung magte-take ka ng inspiration from other people's work, assuming nag-take siya ng inspiration from that work, pwedeng maging vulnerable, pwede ka rin maging vulnerable din, no? So maraming mga challenges talaga pagdating diyan. Kaya nga 'di ba may mga pinag-usapan, are we copyright or copy wrong, copy left, ano ba talaga, no? Kaya ngayon masyadong, of course, yung mga proponents na nagmo-move for intellectual property protection are the ones na talagang merong mga pinoprotektahang mga rights nila, di ba? Kasi syempre, pag ina-access yung work nila at dina-download ito, nawawala yung kanyang revenue potential. Pero it can also be very tricky. I'll give you an siguro very quick example lang. Meron ako naging isang client na indie artist. Banda sila, nagko-compose sila ng sarili nilang kanta, nag-recording sila lahat-lahat. Tapos, one of the ways that they can monetize their songs is nilagay nila yung kanta nila sa Spotify. No? And then, nung binabasa ko yung Spotify na regulation, parang they will only earn for every nth number of times that their music is played. So hanggat hindi nape-play yung music mo at that nth time, hindi ka kikita. And then of course, pwede ka rin pumunta sa mga iba pang mga websites na you can actually purchase the song and download it from your device. And then niisip ko, bakit pa ako magda-download ng song kung pwede naman akong kumuha na lang ng account sa Spotify, tapos i-play ko na lang yung kanta, no? Kaya kung tutusin, yung paano mo ipoprotect yung copyright mo becomes really challenging, no? Tapos, di ba, for publishers of work, kung gumawa ka ng ebook, nilagay mo siya sa Scribd, tapos para bang people pay para ma-access yung content mo, pero of course, the moment people having a subscription, access to content, pwedeng gumawa sila ng copy ng content tapos ipamigay din nila. So kaya yung intellectual property can be very challenging, no? Ito, paano po yung mga schools na nagda-download ng, sige, mamaya, daanan natin yung mga yan. Para I hope you don't mind, para dire-diretso lang yung flow natin. Kaya ngayon, puro pinag-uusapan nila, paano ba mag-block? Pero yun na nga marami naman kasi hindi lang nadadaan sa blocking. Pwedeng yung mga materials mo na upload na sa mga Facebook groups, no? Nandun sa mga iba't ibang groups na naka-PDF na lang siya, o kaya naka-MP4 na lang siya, o naka-MP3s na lang siya, depending on which format. And it's being watched by people there na hinahayaan lang kasi magagamit naman siya ng class, no? So it can really be tricky nowadays. Kaya doon di papasok yung as entrepreneurs, no, as content creators, tanggapin din natin yung reality that the model is already changing. Hindi na natin pwedeng sabihin na parang kailangan lahat sila bumili. Kailangan bago nila mapatugtog yung kanta ko, kailangan magbayad muna sila. There are models that no longer work. So kaya yung industry na to that's really trying so hard to protect their work also has to really start rethinking their business model. Kasi nga, nagbabago na ang sector, di ba? People are not buying, pwede mo sabihin na, well, people are actually not buying software anymore. They just subscribe. And then part of the subscription is they can download the software. Tapos pag expired na yung subscription nila, the software will not work. So marami na nagbabago dun sa dynamics. Kaya more than just prohibiting dun sa part ng mga users. On the other hand, sa industry, the players, the platforms that are being used, nandun din yung challenge sa kanila kung paano rin nila babaguhin yung framework nila. Kasi how can you enforce something kung hindi ka rin makapag-proactively take ng step na i-protect mo yung work mo? 'di ba? Parang ano lang 'yun eh. Sasabihin ko sa iyo, no eating, bawal kainin 'yan. Bawal kainin 'yan pero nilagay mo sa gitna ng mesa. Hindi mo tinakpan, walang sign na bawal kainin 'yan. And then all of a sudden people went there and start tasting the cake. Wala ka nang hindi naman nila alam na there's an assumption na bawal siya kainin kasi wala naman nagbibigay ng permission na pwede siyang kainin. Pero the mere fact na nandun siya sa gitna ng mesa, di kakainin. Pero meron ng titikim, di ba? Parang ganun siya eh, no? Parang nagiging ganun siya, no? Para bang it's there. Okay, nandyan na yan eh. So baka pwedeng kunin yan, pwede makakuha ng copy kasi it's there, di ba? Pero of course, meron din naman mga bagay-bagay na you can be bound by morality, no? You can be bound by morality, that's why you're not accessing it. Like for example, kung you are a vehement believer na bawal ang pirated software, kahit na nandyan na yung software, hindi mo pa siya i-install. Kasi talagang ang lakas na ng prinsipyo mo pagdating doon sa topic na yon. Apart from naniniwala ka rin na baka may mga security risks. Parang pornography, kahit na nandyan na siya, there are people who will never watch it. Kasi out of principle na for them, pornography is wrong. Pag may nag-viral video, o si ganito, meron daw sex scandal, may ganyang video scandal siya, bigyan kita ng copy ng video, pwedeng sabihin mo, vehemently, kahit nakalimutan mo na yung subject ng copyright or whatever, pwedeng it's a matter of principle na if you don't want to tolerate such a thing, kaya hindi ka manonood. So kaya 'di ba may two-prong na approach eh. Palagi nilang ini-emphasize na stealing 'yan. Kaya kung ingrained sa iyo yung idea na stealing 'yan, pwedeng kahit na nandiyan siya, hindi mo gagamitin siya kasi iniisip mo kaagad, I'm stealing. The moment I consume it, para na rin akong magnanakaw, no? So nandun yung pagbabalance na 'yon. Kaya nandun yung challenge sa inyo as a trainer kasi kayo rin mismo depende sa inyong perspective. Kung hindi strong yung belief nyo that intellectual property rights violation is equivalent to stealing, then paano nyo siya mai-enforce? No? Kailangan nandun din yung utmost belief na yon na kahit na nandyan na siya, talagang hindi siya gagamitin at matatransfer natin yung belief na yon sa ating audience. Or, kasi di ba sabi nga nila eh, they don't sa public speaking kasi parang ano yan eh, merong isang principle na they don't have to believe you, pero they have to see that you believe in what you're saying. Yun ang importante rin kasi ron, no? So, yung Copyright 101, so there's the legal protection extended to an original worker's owner on its rights. So the moment you created something, you are the copyright owner. So pwedeng literary, scientific, or artistic domain siya. At meron tayong binibigay na automatic protection from the moment of creation. Yun yung parang basic principle na tinuturo sa ating copyright law and in almost all copyright legislation. May mga bagay na hindi nako-cover ng copyright law o nagkakaroon ng exemption kagaya ng mga ginagamit sa research work, yung mga press releases o yung mga works ng government. Medyo may limitations pagdating sa application ng copyright sa kanya, no? So sino ang pwedeng may-ari ng copyright? So nandyan yung mga taong gumawa ng content, yung authors at creators. If kung yung output mo is commissioned by someone else, then pwedeng yung output na yon ay mag-belong dun sa employer o dun sa nangontrata. Or pwedeng jointly owned siya. Pwedeng by default, jointly owned siya kung commission work siya unless it is explicitly indicated na tinransfer siya. Pero tandaan nyo, kahit na sabihin na tinransfer siya, hindi siya necessarily mag-a-apply yung copyright, lalo na kung yung information na yon ay available on the public domain o nakikita siya sa internet. No? Halimbawa, sabihin sa'yo, gawa ka ng course sa social media, tapos yung buong course na yon kami ang may copyright, hindi mo na pwedeng gamitin. Mahirap sabihin yon kasi unless meron kang binigay na information na hindi publicly available, na hindi makikita online, no? Yung sa letters naman, the writer and the recipient. So, halimbawa, nagpadala ako ng email kay Michael. Tapos si Michael, pinublish niya yung letter. Pwede mo sabihin na parang one way or the other, parang na-violate yung copyright ko kasi although recipient siya ng letter, ako as a sender, may copyright din ako dun sa pagpapadala ng letter, no? So yung copyright natin is lifetime plus 50 years after death. Kaya kagaya ng data privacy, kailangan meron ka ring protector ng inyong copyright. Kasi kahit pa sabihin mong wala ka naman libro or anything, pero lahat ng pinublish mo sa social media is parang copyright mo rin siya, no? So, meron din naman tayo mga tinatawag na fair use. So, yung mga fair use natin, yan, yung kapag nagkikritik tayo ng work, yan, nagko-comment tayo for news reporting, o kaya ginagamit natin siya for teaching purposes. So, merong papasok na sa fair use, no? Pwede rin siya sa non-profit educational purposes at saka kung limited portion lang, hindi substantive, no? Kasi pag substantive na, pwedeng mag-commit ka na ng copyright, no? Nagkakaroon tayo ng infringement kapag binenta natin siya o inoffer natin siya for trade, yung gawa ng iba, tinry natin siya ibenta. At kapag alimbawang tinry nating i-exhibit yung work ng iba, no, nang walang permission, no, pwedeng magkaroon din tayo ng violation doon, no. Kaya siguraduhin natin na meron tayong proper consent, no, pagdating doon sa mga materials na kine-carry natin at dinidistribute natin, no. Now, para maprotektahan natin ang ating copyright, pwede tayong mag-assert ng copyright doon sa ating work, yung pag-assert ng copyright ownership. You can also use services like Google Alert, Copyscape, Piracy Tracker. Ako naranasan ko na yung ma-violate ang aking copyright. Kaya isa sa mga yung merong gumagawa ng mga websites before, kinakopy yung buong laman ng Digital Filipino. And tapos there was a time gumawa ako ng e-commerce bootcamp website na meron akong 60 plus videos. Tapos ginamit kong video service was Vimeo. Tapos nakalagay lang siya sa aking website. Usually after 1 year, yung mga courses ko, ginagawa ko siyang open to the public. Merong nag-try mag-create ng YouTube account na ang pangalan, e-commerce bootcamp. Tapos yung mga Vimeo ko na videos na supposedly viewable lang sa site ko, gumawa siya ng paraan para ma-download niya yung mga videos ko. Tapos tinry niya i-upload sa YouTube. Naka-alert ako, naka-Google alert ako sa pangalan ko, sa mga pangalan ng training programs ko, naka-Google alert yan sa akin. Ang pagkakamali niya, nung ina-upload niya yung work ko, binabanggit niya yung pangalan ko, kaya pag-upload pa lang niya ng pangalawang video, naka-alert na ako, ay naku talagang sinunggaban ko yan, talagang nag-report kagad ako nag-comment ako na I did not give permission for my video to be published, tapos nag-lodge ako ng complaint sa YouTube, lahat-lahat, no? Pag yung website ko naman, tinatry i-copy yung buong website ko. Ganun din, magko-comment ako na hindi ako nagbigay ng permission. Kinontak ko si WordPress kung talagang hosting service siya. Ni-report ko tinignan ko hindi pa kasi uso yung privacy whois. Di ba ngayon yung privacy pwede mo nang i-mask? Dati kasi hindi basta-basta na ma-mask yun eh. Wala pang ganung feature before. Kukontakin ko yung web host kapag talagang i-report ko yung website. Tapos magpapakita ako ng proof na nagpadala na ako ng notification. Kaya pag may nagva-violate ng copyright ko, usually sa experience ko, napapadown ko yung website ng 48 hours. Kaya hindi ganun karami yung nagva-violate ng content ko. Kasi mabilis talaga akong huliin siya. At saka talagang hindi ko pinagtatagal. The moment makita ko, talagang focus, intense focus, parang John Wick focus. Kailangan ma-down kita. Ganun na ang mindset. Siya nanonood ako ng John Wick lately. Di ba? Yun ang description nila kay John Wick. Laser-like focus. Okay. Anyway, so yun, maganda rin kung yung iba ngayon ang ginagawa nila, i-register nila yung work nila sa National Library kung publish work siya. And of course, keep evidence that you really own the work. Kaya importante kung meron kang mga original work, yan, gumagawa kayo ng website, may mga announcements kayo para kahit paano meron kang proof na kinreate mo yung work na yon para kung magkaroon man ng contestation in the future, meron kang mapapakita na yun siya. O, di ba, Christopher? Di ba? Sige. Nahahalatang tambay ng Netflix. Kung ano napapanood. Okay. And then, alam niyo, mahirap maging speaker pag nagtuturo ka. Kasi ang isa sa mga requirement ng speaker, kailangan kumonek ka na kumonek sa audience. Dati, nung nagtutok ako sa mga estudyante, wala akong pinanood kundi Korean novel. Para pag tuwing nagtotalk ako noon, puro mga examples ko, mga scenes sa Korean novela. Kaya bentang-benta ako sa mga estudyante dati. Anyway, how do you protect your employers' copyright? Kung halimbawa naman para sa mga employers natin, no? Don't post on the public web yung mga information about the company na to the point na maaari ma-access siya o ma-download siya na walang consent, lalo na yung mga body of work, mga programs, websites, hindi natin siya basta-basta pinag-uusapan sa social media, no? Kasi baka mamaya you're already sharing confidential information, login access sa mga server, tapos pinag-uusapan nyo lang siya sa Facebook Messenger. Of course, we cannot copy the work of others and claim it as ours. No? Meron akong na-encounter na situation na merong employer, kinausap ako ng employer, kasi yung employee niya na parang hindi pumasok, they access his computer. Doon sa computer na yon naka-on yung kanyang Facebook. Tapos doon nila nakita na itong employee nila, meron palang sideline. Tapos itong sideline niya, ginagamit niya yung resources ng company dun sa sideline niya. Like yung test server, tapos basta nakita nila no? Tapos nakita rin nila na meron siyang kinakausap na ibang employee, ini-encourage niya mag-resign yung mga kapwa-employee, mag-freelancers na lang daw sila. No? So nung kinausap niya ako, ang tanong niya sa akin, parang madedemanda ba niya or what? So parang ito ngayon, nag-iisip ako, no? Kasi sabi ko, although tama siya, no? Kasi misuse siya ng company resources. Tapos nagpo-poaching pa siya, no? Tapos yung mga credentials, nakita mo, nandun lang siya sa Facebook Messenger, nandun lang siya sa Facebook, yung sa chat group. Gusto nga akong padala na screenshot. Wag mo na akong padala na screenshot. Nagigets ko na yung sinasabi mo, sabi ko sa kanya. Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, alam mo, may challenge tayo kapag nagdemanda ka. Sabi ko ganun sa kanya. Sabi ko, number one challenge mo, bakit mo tinitingnan yung Facebook niya? Kasi, ang tanong doon, dapat mo ba tinitingnan yung Facebook niya in the first place? Kasi, the mere fact na nakita mo siya sa loob ng Facebook niya, pwede ka rin masabihan na baka nag-hack ka ng Facebook account ng ibang tao. No? So, may ganun din na angle. No? So kaya it's very tricky, no? Kaya napaka-importante talaga na when we hire people, o kaya may mga matitrain tayo, they'll be working for clients, they'll be working for their employers. Hindi lang siya basta technical yung ethics around it, what is right, what is wrong. Hindi natin pwedeng i-assume kasi what may be right for you may be wrong to another. What does not seem to be wrong may be wrong for someone else. And sometimes we have to be clear in saying what is right and what is wrong. Kaya diyan nag-govern yung mga policies. Kasi hindi naman siya parang moral right lang or common sense na right. So madalas kailangan talaga natin yan sa mga policies natin. If we really want to protect our work, no? And ito na, medyo nauna na ako doon sa kwento kanina. So pag meron kayo nakitang copyright violator, this is what you need to do. Contact the violator first and demand a takedown. O diba? Takedown. Parang wrestling, diba? Tapos pag na-document mo na yon, bigyan mo lang ng ilang oras. Pag siguro hindi sumagot within 2 hours, dati yung whole day pa pero ngayon di na, we live in internet time, kailangan mabilis, di ba? Mabilis siya dapat. Pag hindi pa sumagot, kontakin mo na yung web host. Nag-ano ako dito, pinapa-take down ko yung content ko. No? Tapos kung nasa social media platform siya, pwede ka rin mag-report, meron din form na fill upan para doon ka mag-clamor para i-take down yung content violation, no? Of course, meron din naman tayo mga tinatawag na public domain na content, no? The mga works you can use na hindi na kailangan ng permission. Yung mga works that have entered the public domain. Alam niyo, nung una hindi ko mag-gets yan Pero when I started getting mga training licenses, kumuha ako ng training license ng The Science of Getting Rich. And then na-realize ko, public domain na pala siya. Tapos lumalabas, ang kinuha ko lang ng license, yung teaching methodology. So marami palang mga works online na talaga nag-enter ng public domain and then people create materials on top of them. So, although a lot of people don't really know how to use them, no, yung mga medyo maabilidad sa magkapera, yan yung mga talaga nakakapag-maximize ng mga works entering the public domain. Pero you try to imagine, kahit kayo, may mga ginawa kayong content, maybe 50 years after you die, di na siya covered ng copyright at mag-enter na rin siya sa public domain. So eventually, your work will be published on the public domain. And imagine what people can do with your work. So lalo na kung makakapag-produce ka ng mga significant amount of work in the future. No? Baka sa akin yung work ko nakakabit na sa tree. Tapos mayroon na lang ask Janet to tell you what e-commerce is all about in 2020, in the year 1999. O, di ba? Baka ganun na siya in the future. Okay? So, kung kayo ay naging victim ng intellectual property rights violation, pwede rin kayo mag-send ng narrative report sa IPO field, no? Para mag-submit ng complaint pagdating sa intellectual property rights violation. Okay, thank you so much. Sige. Sabi ni, pag-answer na tayo ng questions, Gab and Michael?
Yes, ma'am. Pwede na po.
Sige.
Okay.
Dapat pala manood na rin ako ng iba't ibang movies para may magamit soon. Actually, Roslyn, maraming mga digital-related movies. Mag-search kayo ng Facebook, yung mga pangalan ng mga platforms. Marami kayong mga makikita talaga, may mga crime-related. Yung crime-related, pang cybercrime na mga topic siya. Tapos yung iba naman, mga social misuse ng social engineering. Ngayon nga, di ba, merong nag-trending yung nasa top 10 ngayon sa Netflix, yung Craigslist Killer. Interesting din yun, yung Craigslist Killer, no? So marami rin mga interested. Sabi ni Micaela, I get what you mean. As a creative to, I get being careful about protecting your copyright because that's how you earn. May skill and training involved in getting the photo you are working. I'm sure in most cases, the photo would let the person use it if he or she just ask first. And later on, pwedeng hindi lang just ask first, talagang kailangan meron talaga tayo pang may pirmahan na form, no? Na talagang makakuha tayo na explicit consent, no? Okay. The person was fined for not paying. Kind of bad rule of law, especially if it's not joint or consented photo. Okay. Yung kinikwento ni Eunicia, nandun yung personal details ko. Buti na lang hindi nalagay ang cellphone number ko na usually ginagawa ko. Yan. Naalala ko tuloy yung Squid Game. Di ba yung Squid Game, yung number na tatawagan mo para masali ka sa Squid Game? Di ba totoo yung number na yun? Kawawa yung taong yun, no? Na talagang nalunod siya sa mga calls. So copyright is not just a legal issue, but more on moral issue. That's true. Nangyari po sa akin yan, yung vlogger, pinost po sa YouTube. Pinost sa YouTube niya yung letter ko sa kanya. Yan. So, yeah, kailangan may copyright. Unless sinabi ng YouTube vlogger na sulatan niyo ako para basahin ko yung letter niyo sa aking vlog. So, baka may ganun siyang policy, kaya kailangan aware din tayo. No? Sige. I think it would depend on what context the photo was taken. True na may copyright si photo, but the Kardashians should have also given consent and can assert that the photos were taken without consent. So yung mga yung pagtitake ng mga photos sa mga photos, no? Gabi, ikaw na kaya mamili. Parang ang daming tanong eh. I mean, hindi ko alam kung anong unahin ko eh. Ano yung tanong? Ano yung catchy sa'yo?
Sige, Miss Janet, meron akong tanong actually. Let's start with my question muna. Meron tayong mga cases where our data this pandemic was actually misused, no? And this was not necessarily proven, but there were a lot of circumstances na we just think we're getting a lot of spammy messages and texts, and on cases where we feel like our data was actually sold. What's our first remedy as a person who feel that the data I have was actually probably compromised?
Unang-una, meron tayong right to inquire. Tapos pwede mong tanungin kung paano ginamit yung pwede ka mag-inquire and ask how your information is used, no? Right 'yon ng isang data subject. Yung right to know how your information is being used and how your information is being processed. Tapos kapag hindi sila sumagot sa tanong na 'yon, pwede kang mag-inquire sa National Privacy Commission na humingi ka ng assistance kasi pwedeng naniniwala ka na yung information mo was parang was being used without your consent or used in such a way na hindi naman siya allowed to parang hindi siya dapat ginamit that way. Meron ganon.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ma'am Janet. I think everybody here has a lot of interesting questions, and I'm pretty sure that Ma'am Janet can actually address all those questions in your online channels, Ma'am Janet. So maybe you could just promote your socials. Our trainers can freely reach out to your Facebook page and website as well.
Yes,
so that,
yes. So,
yeah.
Pwede po kayong mag-message sa akin sa LinkedIn. Yun ang ipopromote ko kasi tatlo kasi yung Facebook ko eh. Para hindi maligaw-ligaw kung saan-saan. Let's connect on LinkedIn, no? Pwede po kayo mag-message sa akin dyan and look forward talking to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Janet. And thank you for giving us a very detailed and technical overview on digital safety, on well-being, copyright, and public domain. So trainers, I'm pretty sure you're all well equipped. At least you have a gist already about how to protect yourself at a time when we feel like data is actually our currency. So before you leave, Ma'am Janet, we're going to give you a certificate of appreciation. The certificate is proudly presented to Miss Janet Doral for sharing her invaluable knowledge and expertise on online safety and well-being and cybersecurity, copyright, and public domain during the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program 2022 to 23 Training of Trainers on July 9, 2022, given this 9th of July in Manila, Philippines, signed by yours truly and Crescencia Novianti, Program Manager of the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program, a joint project of the ASEAN Foundation, Break the Fake Movement, and Google.org for nonprofits. Okay, and thank you so much. I'm pretty sure our trainers will actually follow you and reach out to your online channels. Ma'am Janet is our resident instructor in Media Civics Lab as well. So if you want to listen to her classes in the platform, feel free to do that in the www.mediacivicslab.breakthefake.movement.com. Thank you so much, Ma'am Janet, and stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, now on to the next part of our program. We are going to have another icebreaker to just steer things up before we deep dive on another heavy module, which is fake news and critical thinking. So of course, don't worry if some of the questions in this game that we're going to do will not be something that you guys are aware of, but just take note of every single thing that we'll be flashing and probably take some key takeaways and learnings of some ideas and concepts that you could actually look up online after this program. So to lead our engagement activity about responsible digital citizenship, let's all welcome Paulo Miguel Adronio.
Thanks again, Gab. Okay. Let's please now share our screen for our next Kahoot game. Ayan. So again, same instruction. Please go to kahoot.it and please type in the game pin 973-8586, or you can again scan the QR code. So I know it's magkakasama na tayo ng 3 hours. After you encode your name, just have a little stretching on your seat. Pwede mo nang tumayo, stretch tayo, or just have a very quick health break. If you need to go to the restroom, if you need to grab your coffee, if you need to grab your drinks or snacks, please do while we are waiting for others to join. So medyo habaan natin kasi kanina ang daming nagkakaroon ng connection loss or challenges in joining. Again, this game will have a prize for the top one or the first spot to be taken. So again, please join our exciting game for us to know what you've learned, and also like what Gab said nga, na don't worry if you do not know the answer. We are here to learn. and to prepare ourselves for the training that we're going to facilitate moving forward. Ayan. So we're seeing 65 participants on this game. So let's give another 30 seconds para sa mga gusto pang mag-join ng ating game. So again, for the first, the top one for this game will receive a special prize again. Okay, so mukhang bumaba tayo. That's siguro connection loss. We're giving another 30 seconds for you to check your connection and also for you to prepare yourself for this activity. Okay. Okay, Lance, I think we are now ready. We can now start the game because we still have one last module for this today. So we need to keep up on our time. Okay, Lance, we may now start the game. Thank you. Okay, for this module 1, we have, I believe we have 15 questions for this. Okay, so for the first question, type of bullying that occurs in the digital world through the use of digital devices such as computers or cell phones or gadgets. Okay, is it digital drama, cyberbullying, hate speech, or cybercrime? And the correct answer for this first question is cyberbullying. 49 answers for this cyberbullying, and the name on the first spot we have Mark Anthony. Okay, let's move forward to the second question. It involves the recognition and acceptance of all of our thoughts and feelings. So what is it? Is it the physical well-being, the intellectual well-being, financial well-being, or emotional well-being? And the correct answer is emotional well-being with 51 correct answers. Let's see the scoreboard. Okay, nananatili sa first spot, Mark Anthony. Let's now proceed to the next question. Identity or persona that we adopt online. What is it? Is it digital footprint, digital identity, digital expression, or none of the above? And the correct answer is digital identity. 57 correct answers, and it's also part of your test. So let's see who is now on the first spot. And, si Chris na ngayon ang nangunguna sa ating question. Again, pabilisan ito for you to get more points for our Kahoot game. Next question. What is the practice of defending computers, servers, electronic systems, networks, and data from malicious attacks? Is it cybersecurity, data privacy, cybercrime, or cyber? The answer is cybersecurity with 53 correct answers. Let's see the scoreboard. On the lead now is, balik sa pwesto, Mark Anthony. Let's proceed to the next question. Simple, true or false, human rights are the basic rights and freedoms that belong to every person in the world from birth until death. Is it true or false? Yan, 2 options lang. So medyo mas mabilis tayo dapat pagpili ng sagot. And the correct answer is, syempre, true. We have 64 correct answers. Let's see the scoreboard. New name on the first spot. We have Seth taking the lead. Let's proceed to the next question. 6 out of 16 question. It is the daily online disputes between individuals most commonly occurring in social media platforms. Is it hate speech, digital drama, cyberbullying, or cybercrime? The correct answer is digital drama with 21 correct answers. Taking the lead now, sino kaya? New name also, we have Glads taking the lead. Next. Let's proceed to the next question. It describes the practices which ensure the data shared by customers is only used for its intended purpose. Is it data privacy, cybersecurity, cybercrime, or data analysis? It is most discussed kanina during our session. The correct answer is data privacy. Let's see now the scoreboard. Taking the lead now is, oh, it's still Glads. Ayan, I'm seeing responses here sa chat box. Yes, ang isa talagang way then to have a better score in Kahoot is having a better internet connection. So next, let's proceed to the next question for this. What is it called? Freedom to express yourself online without fear of retaliation, censorship, or legal sanction. Is it digital rights, human rights, right to freedom of expression, or rights to privacy in data protection? The correct answer is right to freedom of expression. We have 36 correct answers. And let us see now the scoreboard. May nagbago kaya? Now, nice. We have new name also. We have Michaela taking the lead. Okay, let's proceed to the next question. We are now on the half of this Q&A. True or false again? The digital rights are the privileges and freedom that we enjoy in the digital world. Yan, mukhang mas mabilis yung pumapasok ng mga sagot. And the correct answer here is true. 57 correct responses. So let's proceed to the scoreboard. Yes, still on the lead, Michaela. Okay, next on the 10th question. It refers to the trail of data that we create as we go through our online activities. Is it digital footprint, digital track, digital identity, or digital trail? Image serves as a clue for this question, and it is digital footprint. Nice. To the 58 correct answers. Scoreboard, please. Still on the lead, Michaela. Okay, next. A form of harassment wherein mean and hateful statements are thrown to intentionally hurt or humiliate someone online. It's a digital drama, cyberbullying, hate speech, or cyber harassment. And the correct answer is hate speech. 25 correct responses. Scoreboard. Still on the lead, Michaela. Next question. Maliliit lang ang mga difference ng ating third spots. What is the RA that requires all primary and secondary schools of the policies to prevent and address acts of bullying? RA is the Republic Act, so I will not mention the numbers now. You just read it on your screen. So it has lots of number, and the correct answer is it's Republic Act number 10627. And we have 11 correct responses. Still on the lead, Michaela. Okay? And the next question, puntan tayo doon. True or false, cybercrime includes single actors or groups targeting systems for financial gain or to cause disruption. Is it true or false? And the correct answer is true. Ayan, 51 ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Let us see kung nagbago ba ang ating scoreboard. Oh, still on the lead si Michaela. Ayan. So, onti lang ang mga difference. Habol tayo. Next. May chance pa tayo because the next question is the 14th. It is the convergence of cyberspace and terrorism and refers to unlawful attacks and threats. Is it cyber attacks, cybercrime, cyber terrorism, or none of the above? And the correct answer is cyber terrorism. Let us see the scoreboard. Still on the lead, Michaela. Okay. Next tayo. This is now the 15th question. It refers to our right to protect our personal information and public security. Right to privacy and data protection. Is it right to privacy or right to data protection or none of the above? It is the combination? The right to privacy and data protection. We have 39 correct answers. Let us see kung meron pang nagkaroon ng ating pagbabago sa scoreboard. Aha, so it's still Michaela on the lead. Ayan, so next, I don't know kung sa akin ba nag-log na, but Michaela is still on the lead on my scoreboard. So next, and the last final question, cyber attack often involve politically motivated information gathering. Is it true or false? And the correct answer for this one is true. We have 45 correct responses. And now let's see the podium. Let us see kung sino ang ating winner for this game. We have on the third, we have Marie B with 12,311 points. Next on the spot, Barbara B, second placer, and the first placer, 13,277. We have Michaela. So for Michaela, please chat, send a direct message so that we can communicate with you how you can claim your prize. Thank you so much for joining our game. I understand ang challenging po ng internet connection natin, but our next icebreaker, definitely everyone can be on board and can join. So back to you, Gab.
Okay, thank you so much, Pao. And for those who are saying na medyo na-frustrate sila dahil medyo mabagal ang internet connection nila sa Caraga, hopefully the DICT public Wi-Fi is going to actually be in action and be rolled out na talaga. And talagang malakas. So hoping for the best for the country. And of course, dahil dyan, lahat tayo, mga digital trainers, magiging kasangga tayo in that particular plight of our country to have a stronger bandwidth for internet connection. At maging inclusive tayo. So, thank you so much for participating in that game and congratulations to the winner of our Kahoot game as well, Michaela. Now let's move to the last module finally for the day. So the next module is about fake news and critical thinking. So spotting fake news used to be so easy as using someone's common sense or like just simply spotting things online precisely because not a lot of actors actually use this as propaganda. We've been seeing clickbait articles, titles, paid websites, trolls, targeted propaganda campaigns, and many other different versions now. So it's much more complicated, and that's exactly the reason why we have an ongoing disinfodemic. So here comes the importance of critical thinking. Now, since the aim of this information is to ignite the emotion of readers and force them to form an incorrect opinion, for example, or malign certain opinions based on untruthful information, there's a lot of different effects that's been happening in our democracy and the way we engage online and things like that. And it even extends to a lot of different rampant effects like hate speeches, cyberbullying, and other forms of violent online extremism. So it's really very important that we have shared realities, we stick to the facts, and we make sure that we all have shared interest in fighting disinformation. And to shed light in terms of the basics of fact checking and to really debunk fake news as someone who's been really immersed in the field. That is Marinette Gretona. She is a seasoned journalist for Verifiles, a nonprofit media organization that specializes in in-depth reporting and fact-checking. She's a part of the online verification team that produces fact-check articles under Meta, Facebook's third-party fact-checking program. And Verifiles, for everybody's knowledge, is also one of the IFCN verified signatories for fact-checking. Let's all welcome Marinette Gretona, reporter of Verifiles.
Thank you so much, Sir Gab. Although I would have to, seasoned journalist. I'm just a 3-year-old journalist. I still have a lot to learn, but I'm very happy that I'm with you guys today para i-share yung kaalaman ko na nakuha ko for the past 3 years on fact-checking. So let me just quickly share my screen. Wait lang po. Ayan, sana ay nandyan pa kayo, nakapagmerienda habang ongoing yung session kanina. All right. Okay, so once again, I am Marinette Retona. I'm a reporter and fact checker from Vera Files, and I'm also one of the members of our team that conducts trainings and talks on fact checking and online verification. First off, I would like to thank Break the Fake Movement for onboarding us, our organization, again in this very timely and undeniably necessary training on digital literacy. And it's also great that this training is not only happening to merely inform all of you about digital literacy, but actually to equip you with the proper skill set na magagamit ninyo para maituro sa iba yung mga matututunan ninyo throughout the course of the training. Ayan. And so I was tasked to share with you the basics of fact-checking, and fact-checking in the digital age generally. And well, to start off, ang pinaka-reason din naman kasi kung bakit tayo natitipon ngayon is because of this. It's the proliferation of what many of us call fake news. Itong mga ito yung madalas natin na encounter online, and sometimes lumalagpas siya from the internet, minsan dumadating siya sa atin or nakakarating siya sa atin kahit offline na through our friends, our own family even, and our own community. But actually to discuss this term, gusto sana namin na i-encourage kayo to stop using this term because it appears to be problematic in a number of ways. Una, dahil naging catch-all phrase na siya, lahat na lang tinatawag natin na fake news. For example, an argument na binigay or binato sa atin nung kaargumento natin sa isang comment section sa Facebook, sa isang Facebook post. Kahit na legitimate yung argument niya, dahil lang ayaw mo dun sa argument niya, tatawagin mo na fake news yan, hindi yan totoo. Or for example, you have a politician and then a legitimate media organization published an expose or an investigative piece on the said politician exposing his ill acts or corruption, for example. Kahit na legitimate naman yung laman ng report, the politician could brand that media organization as fake news. And lastly, even yung mga satirical content, which in the first place, hindi naman talaga dapat natin tinitake as totoo dahil satire sila, it's their nature. It uses exaggeration, irony, para mang-call out ng mga tao, mga personalidad, o kaya para mapag-usapan ng isang issue. Pero dahil kumakalat na siya bilang totoo, tapos dahil alam naman natin na may mga tao na nakakaalam na hindi naman talaga siya totoo, so natatawag na din siyang fake news. And so this term already became a catch-all phrase, an umbrella term of all these things that do not necessarily mean the same thing. And another very important reason as to why we're trying to encourage everyone to stop using this term is because it's an oxymoron. It contradicts itself because news in the first place should be factual. If you use the word fake to describe as modifier of the word news, hindi na po yun balita. It stops being news. And so instead of using this term, try nating gumamit ng mga mas akma or mas tamang terms kagaya ng mis at disinformation. Ayan. So usually ginagamit ito itong dalawang terms na ito interchangeably. Baka kayo mismo nagamit nyo siya na pagpapalit-palit nyo siya. But actually these two terms are very different because disinformation is information that is false and deliberately created to harm a person, a social group, an organization, and minsan isang bansa pa, So, ang keyword natin dito is false and deliberately created. Sinadya yung paggawa at pagpapakalat niya. Whereas, misinformation is information that is also false, pero hindi siya ginawa ng sadya at ipinakalat ng sadya para makapang-harm o makapanakit ng kung sino man. So, ang difference natin dito ay nasa intention. And so, it's really accurate to call those things that we see, especially on social media, yung mga sadyang ginawa, yung alam mong minanipula para makapanloko ng tao, it's really more accurate to use the term disinformation to refer to them. And so, paano natin susolusyonan itong problema ng mis and disinformation? No? Sa amin sa Verifiles, one thing that we do is we do fact-checking. So ano itong fact-checking? It's simply yung pagtukoy kung ang isang piraso ng non-fictional na impormasyon o pahayag ay totoo at tama. I-emphasize ko lang dun sa part na non-fictional dahil hindi tayo nagpa-fact-check ng in the first place fictional, kagaya ng mga nobela, Korean drama for example, yung mga napapanood natin because fictional nga sila, no? Hindi talaga sila totoo. So ang fina-fact-check lang natin ay yung mga kaya nating mapatunayan bilang totoo at hindi. Also, fact-checking can be done before and after a text is published or aired. When we say text, kahit ano itong na nagki-carry ng impormasyon, no, pwedeng Facebook post or news article, news report, television report, ano pa ba? Programa sa radyo, ganyan. And so, yung fact-checking, kapag nangyayari siya before that text is published or aired, ito yung ginagawa ng mga journalists, basically, no? Before we publish a report, bago kami mag-report ng balita, sinisiguro namin na accurate yung nakalagay doon sa balitang iyon, no, bago namin siya ilabas. And so we already did our verifying doon sa part ng before publication. Dito din papasok yung role ng mga editors, no, ng mga news organizations para i-sure nila na yung nilagay ni reporter doon sa storya niya ay totoo, lahat yun accurate, no? Whereas, yung ginagawa naman ng Verifiles and of a lot of fact-checking organizations around the world is fact-checking after a text has already been published. Ibig sabihin, may nakapanood na, may nakakita na, may nakabasa na. And so, kailangan i-fact-check dahil hindi siya totoo or inaccurate siya. At kailangan itama yung na-consume na information ng mga taong nakabasa, nakaparinig, or nakapanood sa kanya. Okay, and so dito po papasok, introduce ko lang sa inyo yung organization namin. No? So, Verifiles po is a 14-year-old non-profit independent media organization, and we were established noong 2008 by 6 women veteran Filipino journalists. And in fact, kasama natin ngayon sa ating Zoom call ang president namin sa Verifiles, si Ma'am Ellen Tordesillas. Ayan, hello po Ma'am Ellen. And kami po, ang kaiba namin sa mainstream media organizations is that we do not do breaking news, no. Instead, we take a deeper look into current and underreported Philippine issues. So dito po nagpo-produce kami ng mga in-depth na mga storya patungkol halimbawa sa human trafficking, rights of persons with disability. Nakapag-produce na din po kami ng environment stories. And although ang mas kilala po siguro kami, no, ng mga tao lalong-lalo na ngayon because of our project Verifiles Fact Check. So just a background on Verifiles Fact Check, it actually started as a class activity sa University of the Philippines, no, Department of Journalism. It was a class activity by one of our founders and former trustees, si Professor Yvonne Chua. And it started noong 2016, and as we know, ito yung election year kung saan nanalo si former President Rodrigo Duterte. No? So sabi nung class, why not we fact-check the claims and the statements made by those that are running for public office, public national office. And so nag-start yung activity in a classroom, and then eventually nag-decide po yung Verifiles to carry on with the initiative, and it later on became Verifiles Fact Check. So under Verifiles Fact Check, meron po kaming dalawang projects. The first one is where we fact-check statements and claims made by public figures. So kasama na dyan yung mga government officials, vloggers, bloggers, or kung sino man na nakaka-impluwensya, no, ng public opinion. And then our other project is our online verification team, no, kung saan ako kasama. At we are doing this under Meta or Facebook's third-party fact-checking program. So every day, we monitor posts, content that go viral on social media, and then from that list, tinitingnan namin ano yung misinformation or disinformation. And then we fact-check them. And just for everyone's information, ang ibig sabihin po ng vera in Latin is true or totoo. Alright, so ito po yung na-assign sa aking task, the basics of fact-checking. Unahan ko na po kayo no, na fact-checking is a comprehensive process and it usually takes us 4 to 5 sessions of 3 hours each para ma-discuss at least yung pinaka-basic no, of online verification and fact-checking. So, tinry ko lang talaga munang piliin kung ano yung kayang-kaya nang gawin, pwede nang gawin, and pwede ninyong ituro sa mga ite-train ninyo later on. And so, to start this, meron akong tanong sa ating lahat. Ayan. Kapag nakarinig kayo ng chismis o ng rumor, ano yung unang bagay na ginagawa ninyo or yung unang tanong na itinatanong ninyo doon sa nagsabi sa inyo ng chismis o ng rumor? Can you send your answer sa ating chat? Sige nga. Ayan, okay, ang dami sabi. Ano yung source? Okay, source agad, no? Legit ba yan? Totoo. Sinong nagsabi sa'yo? Sinong may sabi? Okay? Sino o kaya talaga? Either kina-question mo yung content ng chismis or tinatanong mo muna, kanino ba galing yung chismis? Okay, ayan. Thank you so much for your answers. And we're seeing, common doon sa answers natin. Either kung saan galing or kung totoo yung impormasyon. And I would agree, no? Personally, ako naman, lagi kong tinatanong talaga, kanino mo narinig? Sinong nagsabi niyang chika na yan? And actually, this very simple gesture, no, or question that we do when we hear rumor is already the important, necessary first step when it comes to fact-checking. Yung pagtatanong mo kung sino o kanino nang galing yung impormasyon or kung, in general, kung totoo yung impormasyon. Because the rule of thumb when it comes to fact-checking is to always have a healthy dose of skepticism. Kailangan po mapagduda tayo, no? This is where we practice our trust issues, basically. Pero para sa akin naman, okay na may trust issues, at least hindi ako maloloko. And dito naman, i-emphasize natin that the type of skepticism that we need to have is a healthy dose. It's always good to have a healthy dose of skepticism kasi kailangan magduda ka muna doon sa legitimacy noong impormasyon bago ka mag-initiate na mag-fact-check. Kasi hindi ka naman mag-initiate na mag-fact-check kung in the first place, tinanggap mo na agad siya as totoo. Okay? So remember, the rule of thumb is always to have a healthy dose of skepticism. However, to follow this rule of thumb is not as easy as you think because of a number of factors. Una, ayon sa mga psychologists, no, and social scientists, sa panahon daw kasi natin ngayon, sobrang dami ng impormasyon na na-expose tayo. And so we have to create, no, this coping mechanism kung paano natin tatanggapin itong information overload na ito araw-araw. And so sabi ng mga eksperto, ang ginagawa ng mga tao in to be able to deal with such number of information, pinipili lang natin yung kung anong gusto nating paniwalaan or yung kung ano yung pinapaniwalaan na natin, right? So dahil sa sobrang dami ng impormasyon, we're very selective na lang doon sa kino-consume natin. And we always choose or we usually choose the information that already confirms our existing beliefs, our ideals, or the information that we want to believe in. Kagaya na nakikita nyo dun sa picture, mas madali na piliin yung reassuring lie kaysa doon sa inconvenient truth. At ito yung tinatawag natin na confirmation bias. No? We only deal with information that already confirms what we believe in or what we want to believe in. At sobrang hirap pong kalaban ng confirmation bias. I would admit, 3 years na po akong fact checker, pero there still are times na napapangunahan ako ni confirmation bias kesa yung pagiging fact checker ko. But later we will talk about how we could deal with that. No? Another factor is because of the very nature of disinformation, kung paano siya binuo ng mga disinformation peddlers. Disinformation content is created in a way that triggers our emotion so as maka-cloud na yung ability natin to think critically and rationally And so we will act only based on our emotions. Halimbawa, nakakita ka ng post tungkol sa isang politician na galit ka. Tapos yung post na yun, sinasabi niya na, ay, sabi daw, napatunayang corrupt tong politician na ito. Without verifying it, dahil kino-confirm na niya yung pinapaniwalaan mo, at dahil nga galit ka kay politician na yun, without verifying it, you might have shared that post or that information only on the basis of your emotion and of your biases. And so, ang dapat nating gawin kapag bigla tayong nakaramdam ng sobrang saya, sobrang lungkot, or sobrang galit, pag nakakita tayo lalong-lalo na ng post sa social media, the rightful thing to do is to pause for a while. Tigil muna natin, no? Kapag, oops, may emotion, stop muna natin. And then we have to reflect on that emotion. So sa fact-checking, no, may pag-reflect sa emotion, yes po. Dahil kailangan makontrol natin yung emotions na yon at hindi natin siya hayaan na i-lead tayo into sharing wrong information and into contributing to the disinformation problem. No? And we can do that by pausing for a while and then isipin mo, ay baka kaya ako masyadong sumaya sa impormasyon na to is because it's too good to be true, or baka dahil kaya lang gusto ko siyang i-share dahil galit ako, pero kailangan ko muna pala dapat siyang i-verify bago ko i-share yung post or yung impormasyon na yun. And one very important tip din, no, when you're dealing especially with your own biases is to constantly check your biases. Usually kasi ang ginagawa natin, no, we check other people's biases. Masyado natin silang pinupuna, no, yung mga biases nila. Pero sometimes baka kasi kailangan yung own biases natin yung i-check natin, no. We sometimes fail to do this and so ang nangyayari, mas napapadala tayo or nadadala tayo ng own biases natin sa mga desisyon natin. When in fact, imbes na i-check natin yung biases ng iba, parang mas dapat na i-check natin yung biases natin dahil mas ito yung nag-i-impluwensya, no, sa kung anong sunod nating gagawin, especially when we are consuming information. So always remember to check your own biases constantly and consistently. And so, after you're already able to pause, to stop for a while, hindi nyo na na-click yung share button na iyon, no? Napigilan nyo yung sarili nyo na i-click yung share button, no, bago kayo mag-verify, then that's the time that you could conduct your research or your search. So, dito na tayo magsisimula sa mismong act of researching for the purpose of verification. And a technique or it's a process that I will be sharing with you is something that I think everyone should possess. It's a skill, it's a useful skill that I personally believe dapat lahat pinapractice siya, no? Ito yung tinatawag nating lateral reading. And in simpler terms, ito yung kapag nakakita ka ng impormasyon, ang unang instinct mo, imbes na maniwala agad, magbukas ng browser, halimbawa Google Chrome o kung anumang browser yung gamit ninyo, and then maghanap ka ng various legitimate sources that would either prove or debunk the information that you saw. So lateral reading is literally lalabas tayo from the original site na ina-evaluate natin or site na source ng information na nakita natin. At pupunta tayo doon sa mas malawak na mundo ng internet kung saan baka may better quality information about the same topic that is the same with the information that we saw, no? So in more simpler terms, lateral reading is basically opening new tabs and not being scared to have all those tabs open, no? Baka marami sa inyo or may mga some of you are already practicing this, no? Sobrang dami ng tabs na naka-open sa inyo. Sana naman hindi dumating sa point, no, na masira yung laptop or bumagal na siya. Pero in lateral reading, we're advising really to open as much tabs as possible as you need. Open as much tabs as you need para ma-sure ninyo, no, na legitimate and accurate yung information na i-consume at ipapasa ninyo sa iba. So ang goal ng lateral reading really is to get the best information out there regarding that specific topic that you're curious of or that you want to check. So let's look at an example. This is from 2019 pa, but actually it became very relevant recently, no, nung we finally elected former Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte Carpio bilang ating bagong Vice President. And noong 2019 kasi, kumalat ito, it made headlines that Sara Duterte, VP Sara Duterte, actually said na hindi daw required sa mga senador na maging honest or maging matapat. Ang konteksto nito actually ay nung 2019 elections, yung senatorial elections, at sinabi niya ito bilang as part of yung hugpong ng pagbabago. No? Isa siya sa mga nagka-campaign for the senatorial straight of hugpong. Tapos ito yung statement niya. Sabi niya, ang importante, yung required sa batas, ano bang sinasabi ng batas for a senator, able to write and to read and write, natural-born citizen. Does it say na dapat good moral character yung tao? Does it say that the person has to be honest? Kaya sinabi ko, kung honesty ang pagbasihan natin, disqualified lahat ng kandidato. So she's basically saying, hindi required sa mga senador or public officials na maging honest para maging qualified siya, no, sa pagtakbo or para maihalal. And so, kung makikita ninyo itong quote na ito, no, sa inyong news feed or kung saan man sa Twitter, ano yung gagawin ninyong Google search para malaman kung totoo ito or hindi? Can you share with me, kapag nakita nyo siya tapos bigla kayong okay, kailangan kong i-check kung totoo ito or hindi, punta kayo kay Google. Anong search inquiry yung ipapasok ninyo kay Google para i-check ito? Sige nga. Anyone? Keywords lang. Okay, sabi ni Joseph, interview with Sara Duterte regarding the statement. All right? Okay, sabi naman ni JD, requirements, public officials. Si Jamie, similar kay Joseph. Sara Duterte speech. Okay. Code of Ethics of Government. PH Senator Candidate Requirements. Ayan, very on point naman ng mga search inquiries natin. And yes, I definitely agree, no? And so, kapag pumunta na kayo kay Google, no, after you see this, to verify it, you're already conducting lateral reading. But gaya ng sabi natin kanina, it's opening 2 or more tabs to be able to check the accuracy of an information. And so, if I conduct lateral reading for this specific example, what I would do is I would open 3 Google tabs, and search these things. Una, na-point out ninyo, Sara Duterte Requirement Honesty Senator. So basically, I just want to know yung buong konteksto ng interview kasi baka yung nakita kong quote online or sa social media, hindi pala buo yung konteksto. Baka naman kinlarify niya later on. So gusto ko lang i-double check ano talaga yung sinabi niyang kabuuan, no, tungkol doon sa topic na yon. And then, na-point out din kanina, may nagsabi din, anong requirements ng mga kakandidato sa Senado sa ating bansa. And that's a very good point of research, no, dahil ang claim natin is hindi requirement ang honesty. So we want to know ano ba yung requirement kung hindi required ang honesty. And last but not the least, in general, basically, ano yung requirements for public officials in the country. So lateral reading is running all these 3 Google searches, and then i-check ninyo, of course, kung ano yung mga results na ibibigay sa inyo ni Google. But for the interest of time, itingnan lang natin muna kung ano yung ibibigay na results ni Google if we search for the first one, itong Sara Duterte Requirement Honesty Senators. So doon pa lang sa first search natin, meron nang lumabas 2 fact checks. One from Rappler and one from Verifiles that was published by check.ph. At parehas nilang sinasabi na yung sinabi ni Sara Duterte ay hindi totoo. Hindi totoong hindi required ang honesty when it comes to senators or mga gustong kumandidata sa Senado or in general public office. Siyempre, hindi ka lang magde-depend dyan sa results mo, no? As a fact checker, hindi ka lang magde-depend sa first page ni Google, titingnan mo lang, ay may 2 ng articles, okay na yan, alam ko na, hindi siya totoo. No, you would still you have to open those results to see kung ano yung sinasabi nila para mas maliwanagan ka tungkol doon sa katotohanan, doon sa impormasyon na gusto mong i-verify. And so, if we check those 2 fact checks no by Rappler and by Verifiles, makikita natin yung dahilan kung bakit hindi totoo yung sinabi ni Sara Duterte tungkol sa pagiging requirement ng honesty. And parehas nilang meron silang mga law no na binanggit doon sa article. This is one tip for you no, especially kapag when you're reading a news article sa isang news website. Some of news organizations, what they do para so that they could allow their readers no, para sila mismo yung mag-check dun sa information na nilagay nila doon sa report, they hyperlink yung source nila nung impormasyon na yon. And in this case, for example, sa amin sa Verifiles, we hyperlink necessary sources para i-encourage yung mga readers namin to fact check us. Okay? What we have to remember about fact checking, it should be a replicable process. It's not something na kami lang yung makakapag-determine kung ano yung totoo or hindi. Hindi po gano'n ang fact-checking at fact-checkers, no? Fact-checking is something that should be replicable kahit doon sa mga ordinary readers and viewers of these fact-checks. And so what we do to enable our readers para sila mismo yung mag-fact-check doon sa nilalagay namin sa aming fact-checks, nililink namin yung sources para ma-double check nila kung totoo or hindi na legitimate itong impormasyon na ito. No? And so, dito sa fact check namin, sinite namin yung Republic Act 6713, which states or includes the Code of Conduct for Public Officials in our country. Now, hindi ka lang, again, when you're doing lateral reading, no, hindi ka makukontento sa kung anong surface na binibigay sa'yo ni Google o na results na binibigay sa'yo ni Google. Kailangan mong mag-dig deeper, no, para 100% masigurado na totoo yung impormasyon. And so, what you have to do when you see hyperlinks like this, we encourage that you click the hyperlinks and you check kung ano talaga yung sinasabi ng batas. Hindi ka lang magsa-stop kay news article. Pupunta ka mismo doon sa primary source, which is yung batas na supposedly nagsasabi na required maging honest ang mga senador at ang mga public officials. And so if you click this hyperlink, RA 6713, it would lead you to the official Gazette website. And for those who do not know about this website, dito po nakapublish yung mga batas natin no, sa Pilipinas. Nandyan lahat yon, this official publication of our government. No? And based kay Republic Act 6713, if you read a few of its first sections, no, sa section 2 pa lang sinasabi na yung mga public officials and employees daw, they should be or at all times should be accountable to the people and shall discharge their duties with utmost responsibility, integrity, competence, loyalty, etc., etc. And if we look at that, wala namang honesty na nakalagay. Baka naman hindi pala talaga required maging honest sa mga senador. Baka tama naman pala yung sinabi ni Sara Duterte. But again, if we do further lateral reading, if we open another tab just to check anong meaning ng bawat isang salitang ito na in-enumerate sa RA 6713, you might come across this Oxford Lexico dictionary entry about integrity being the quality of being honest. And so, anong sabi ni lateral reading tungkol doon sa statement na ginawa ni Sara Duterte saying that honesty is not a requirement for senators, senatorial candidates, and public officials in general? Our lateral reading says that is not true. Okay? So that way, it's simple, 3 Google searches, and you just have to follow the links doon sa makikita ninyong mga results. Malalaman na natin or na-verify na natin yung impormasyon through lateral reading. Okay? So that's the power of lateral reading. No? Yung babalikan kayo sinabi ng ating first speaker kanina, yung 1 Google away. Pero dito sa lateral reading, multiple Googles away just to make sure na totoo at accurate yung impormasyon na nakita ninyo. Okay. Let's look at another example, and this is also a recent example. It circulated just before the elections, no? For example, nakita ninyo itong video na ito sa Facebook na kumakalat. No? Tapos yung video, it's simply it features a New York Times article, no? Tas binabasa lang ni narrator yung New York Times article. At ang headline ni article, The Marcos Verdict. Marcos is cleared of all charges in racketeering and fraud cases. Yun lang yung nakalagay doon. But when you check the comment section and even the captions ng mga shares ng post, people are saying that this means lahat ng mga kaso ng mga Marcoses na dismiss na. Kasi the Marcoses are cleared of all charges. So yun yung nakarating sa mga tao, no? But since you know better and you trained in fact checking, ano yung gagawin ninyo kapag nagbukas kayo ng Google, anong isa-search natin to verify this information? What's the first thing first thing that you would search for to verify this information? Anyone? Okay. Ayan, sabi ni Mary Rose, Marcos fraud case verdict, Craig Wolf, July 3, 1990. So nakuha mo na agad yung details, no, ni New York Times article. Okay, ayan, ang galing. Title of the article. Read the article first. Exactly. That's exactly the right answer, no? Ang una natin gagawin kapag naka-encounter tayo ng isang video claiming na binabasa niya itong article na ito by a specific media organization that we know is legitimate yung New York Times, we do not immediately trust the video to contain all the information that we need or all the context that we need. So tama na ang gagawin nating first step is to go to Google and search for that article, tas kayo mismo or tayo mismo yung magbabasa ng artikulong yun para malaman natin kung yung buong konteksto nakasama dun sa video or baka kasi meron silang inalis na kusa, no, para may mawalang konteksto. So very good tayo sa mga sa gagawin ninyong first Google search. I would just have to quickly note, no, meron akong mga questions na nakikita pala dito. I'm sorry, hindi ko siya na-address throughout while I'm delivering this presentation. Siguro later na lang sa Q&A para isahan na lang din, no, para dire-diretso din tayo sa ating lecture for this specific topic. But we will make sure to address those questions later on. Okay, so tama, no? Ang gagawin natin is to go back to the original source. Babasahin natin si original New York Times article. And then we'll see kung kumpleto yung konteksto, ano yung lahat ng detalye, no? But since we already know how to do lateral reading, hindi tayo magsa-stop kay New York Times lang dahil lang nabasa mo na yung article. It's also good that you look for other sources carrying the same information or carrying the same report, no? Para ma-sure natin na talagang ayun yung nangyari doon sa event na pinapakita dito sa New York Times article na to. And so we could do our keyword search kagaya nung sinuggest ni John Derrick, ang isa-search niya, PH Supreme Court Verdict Ferdinand Marcos Sr. to look for other cases wherein hindi na clear yung mga Marcoses sa kanilang kaso. Instead, baka nagkaroon pa ng conviction or napatunayan na meron talaga silang pagkakasala. So that's a very good Google search din. And so if you actually conduct lateral reading or Google search, more Google searches, on this specific case kung saan na-clear daw yung sila Marcos sa racketeering and fraud cases noong July 1990, you might come across this article by the Los Angeles Times. So hindi nga, lumabas na tayo kay New York Times, naghanap tayo ng other sources of the same event, right? And this time, nahanap natin itong kay Los Angeles Times and we'll learn that base sa isang interview na kinonduct ni Los Angeles Times sa isa sa jury, isang member ng jury na nag-decide doon sa kaso, ang sabi ng jury, malalaman natin na they would have given a conviction kung si Marcos Sr. daw sana yung present doon sa decision, doon sa araw na yon, no, kung kailan nag-decision yung jury. However, nung time na yan kasi wala na si Marcos Sr. Patay na siya nung time na yon. So ang umattend lang nung hearing ay si Imelda Marcos. And so nag-decide yung jury na okay, parang mas si Marcos Sr. yung may kasalanan, hindi natin i-convict si Imelda. Pero kung umattend daw sana kung nandun lang sana si Marcos Sr., i-convict nila. And that, although that is a small detail, that's a very necessary context because it would provide you that information na hindi completely or hindi, it would provide you the information na probably there could have been a chance na na-guilty, no? Itong mga Marcoses dito sa kaso na ito. Hindi sila 100% cleared or absuelto doon sa kasalanan nila because you have a jury member admitting na kung nandun lang si Marcos Sr., na-convict sana siya. Okay? So that's what you could have, no, when you conduct further lateral reading. You get all these context from different legitimate sources. However, I have to emphasize that when you're doing lateral reading, you need to make sure that the sources of the information na kukuhanan mo doon sa paglalateral reading mo ay legitimate. Kasi wala din yon kung yung kinuhanan mong source ng impormasyon habang naglalateral reading ka ay hindi naman pala legitimate source of that specific information. Okay? And so, the next thing that you have to do when after or while you're doing your fact checking is to always make sure to check your sources. Kailangan sigurado po tayo na credible at reliable yung sources, no, na gagamitin natin sa ating mga impormasyon, sa ating fact, na i-include natin sa ating fact check. And how do we check our sources? One thing that we could do is to look for red flags. So hindi lang po sa tao may red flags, sa jowa, sa manliligaw. Meron din pong red flags when it comes to fact checking your sources or source checking basically. And ito yung hahanapin natin para silang mga warning signs, no, sa mga sources, either if that's a social media account or that's a website. Ito yung warning signs na magsasabi sa atin na oops, wait lang, baka hindi ka dapat maniwala dito, baka parang hindi siya katiwa-tiwala dahil meron siyang ganitong red flag, no. Baka hindi siya dapat yung maging source ng impormasyon mo. And so, to look for red flags, kailangan natin ng observation skills natin, no? So, in the next few slides, I would be asking you, no, to help me look for red flags in posts and in accounts that I will be showing you. Okay, first, ayan. So, eto, noon pa siyang, before pandemic pa siya kumalat, no? And it's a post claiming na mapanganib daw kainin yung mga mansanas, no, na specifically na ine-export natin kasi daw meron siyang wax coating. At yung wax coating na yon, basically sinasabi na dangerous yung wax coating na yon kapag nakain natin. By just looking at that post, no, ano yung red flag na meron sa post na ito? Ayan, ang dami na palang mga sagot. Ang galing-galing naman ng ating trainers. Okay, CTTO. Title of the page. All right. Okay, puntong-punto, kuhang-kuha ninyo. Dalawa yung ating red flags dito sa specific post na ito, no? Una is the CTTO or the credit to the owner. Hindi po indikasyon ang CTTO ng isang credible o mapagkakatiwalaang source. Why? Because CTTO does not really tell us who the original source is, making it hard for us to really investigate that source and judge kung credible or reliable yung source na yon. Paano mo iimbestigahan kung credible yung pinanggalingang source ng impormasyon na to kung binatuhan ka ng credits to the owner na wala naman talagang pangalan kung sino si owner, right? And so, when we actually fact-check this post, nalaman natin na yung wax coating, totoong may wax coating yung prutas, no? But it's an edible wax coating na talagang ginagamit sa mga prutas para ma-preserve yung itsura nila and also to lengthen their shelf life para mas humaba yung buhay ng prutas na yon. And so, hindi siya dangerous kasi edible nga yung wax na yon. Another red flag that you were able to point out dito sa post na ito ay yung pangalan nga ng mga pages. Ay, sorry. Balik tayo doon. Wait. Ayan. Yung mga pangalan ng pages. So, as you know, this is health-related, no? Or ano ba? Science-related, I guess, na claim o na impormasyon. Talaga ba na ang papaniwalaan natin na source ng impormasyon tungkol sa science or sa health ay isang page na nanggagalang na may pangalan na Crazy Al Vines. Parang mali naman. Parang red flag talaga 'yon, no? And likewise, we have this page named Paulo Duterte Supporters, which may be a page administered by his supporters. But we ask, sila ba dapat yung pagkatiwalaan natin on information that are related to science or to health? So those are the things that could drive or influence us, no, into thinking base lang dito sa mga red flags na makikita natin. Okay, next. Dito naman po, ano yung nakikita ninyong red flags? Diyan sa mga, these are screenshots ito ng mga accounts, no? Facebook accounts specifically. Ano pong red flag dito? Neon, thank you so much for your answer. Imposter content or pages. Exactly. Okay, tama din naman si Dayan. Tama naman, mali yung spelling. And that's a very valid red flag, no? Kung ikaw talaga si Willie Revillame o si Manny Pacquiao, totoo ba na magkakamali ka sa spelling ng sarili mong pangalan? So yes, correct. Okay. Imposter page. Yes. Very good. Maraming salamat. Ayan, meron pang nagsabi, walang blue check, not verified accounts. Very good answers and all correct answers. When it comes to dealing with especially social media accounts, we always have to beware of impostors. And they are so many out there na impostor, no? Kasi ang dali-dali lang naman talagang gumawa ng account or ng page, lalagyan mo lang ng pangalan ng kung sino mang artista o personalidad na gusto mo, and instantly, you're Willie Revillame or you're Manny Pacquiao. Itong mga page na pinapakita ko sa inyo, actually, these are accounts, no, that tend to spread yung mga posts na nagsasabi na mananalo ka ng 100,000 kapag kinoment mo ang A to Z nang walang nagbe-break sa comment section. Walang nagbe-break doon sa sa sunod-sunod na A to Z mo. O kaya sinasabi nila na kailangan mo lang mag-message sa page namin, no, ng pangalan mo, date, birthday mo, address mo, contact number mo, and then tatawagan ka namin pabalik para ma-claim mo yung prize mo, no, from Kuya Will or from Senator Manny Pacquiao. Etong mga accounts na ito yon. And very dangerous yung mga ganong posts because those are bogus promos or scam promos na actually most of them in our observation, ang pinaka-goal nila is to collect personal information of people. And because some people, no, I won't say some, many people are very vulnerable when it comes to this. Ang dami yung readily na nagko-comment doon sa mga posts ng personal information nila without minding or even maybe without being aware that the comment section is a public thing, no? Ang daming nakakakita, madaming taong pwedeng maka-access, and later on baka magamit pa yung personal information nila in committing further crimes kagaya ng identity theft, no? So mag-ingat tayo sa mga ganong posts, lalong-lalo na sa mga posts na pinapublish, no, na mga accounts kagaya nito. Ginagamit usually nila yung pangalan ng mga personalidad na mayayaman para maging credible na kaya kong magbigay ng pera, mag-give away ng pera ng walang dahilan kasi mayaman ako si Kuya Will o kaya ako si Senator Manny Pacquiao. So these are examples of imposters, no. Another one na na-encounter namin lalong-lalo na nung pandemic, kasagsagan nung peak ng pandemic, no, yung mga pages na nagpapanggap bilang official DSWD page. O kaya minsan DSWD Dole, kung anumang government agency yung namimigay ng ayuda during that time. And same yung goal. Merong goal ng pag-collect ng personal information. Ito, very explicit yung instruction. Ilagay ang buong pangalan, probinsya o syudad, at ano ang iyong trabaho. And a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people interacted with this post, commented their personal information. But just a quick Facebook search would tell you that this page is not the official page of DSWD and Dole because this is the DSWD official page with a blue check, verified check ng Facebook, kagaya ng na-point out ninyo kanina. And then, eto naman yung kay Dole, meron din siyang blue check. However, I would have to point out that hindi porket walang blue check, hindi na official yung account. Baka kasi hindi pa lang sila nakakapag-apply kay Facebook. May mga ganong cases, no? Official yung account pero wala siyang blue check. So that doesn't mean, a blue check doesn't mean it's official already or it's not official, that it's imposter already. Kaya din, ang mahalaga yung pagtingin natin sa mga red flags, no? These are individual warning signs that we have to look at collectively. Hindi porket meron siyang isang red flag, automatically imposter account na yon or hindi na credible yung account na yon bilang source ng impormasyon. No? It's important that we look for multiple red flags that are present in said account or in said website. And then after that, kapag na-scrutinize na natin, doon tayo mag-decide, no, base sa dami ng red flags na na-collect mo habang iniimbestigahan mo yung account na yon, dapat mo pa ba siyang pagkatiwalaan or hindi. Okay? So yun, that's a very important note. Also, when it comes to the names of these accounts, napakarami na po naming na-flag, no, na peddlers of disinformation which use any news-related keywords kagaya ng balita, news, TV, info, live, update, ano pa ba? Mga trending, ayan, minsan showbiz, media, yan, gumagamit sila ng news-related keywords so that they would have this false sense of legitimacy. And believe me when I tell you that there are a lot of people who believe that these pages are legitimate media organizations just because they have the word news or media or Philippines in their name. And so, kailangan nating ipaalala, no, lalong-lalo na kung magte-train nga kayo later on, no, a news-related keyword in a name of a page or a website doesn't mean it's a news organization. We still have to double-check kung talagang or kung legitimate news organization yon, no? And sometimes it really is just down to one simple Google search. Minsan i-search nyo lang, for example, itong Balita TV. Baka may lumabas na agad dyan ng fact check, di ba? And if there is a fact check na lumabas dun sa Google results na finact check before si Balita TV, that might already be a red flag. Or no, that's already a red flag for you. Bakit ko pagkakatiwalaan ng isang website or ng isang account na na-fact check na before? O na may history, worse, no? May history ng fact checks before. Madami nang nakapag-fact check sa kanya. Sometimes you really just have to do a quick Google search to double check if some account claiming to be a legitimate media organization is legitimate or not. Okay, next red flag. Ano po yung red flag na nakikita nyo dito sa naka-flash sa inyong screen ngayon? Sige nga. Sige, tingnan muna natin yung details. I'm showing you actually a comparison. Can you point out? Okay, thank you so much, Emmanuel, JD. Ayan, salamat. Maraming salamat. Tama. Page creation date, no? Or yung page history part. Makikita natin to sa About tab ng Facebook, ng isang Facebook page. And sometimes even in a Facebook group, no? Meron din silang group history. And it's sometimes a very, very helpful part, no, of the account para maghanap ng red flag. And in this case, makakakita nga tayo ng red flag, no? If we compare this page, which claims to be the page by the DSWD, ang pangalan niya DSWD SAP Second Tranche Update, gumamit pa ng logo, no, ng DSWD. If we compare its page creation date na June 2020, doon sa original o sa page creation date ng original and legitimate DSWD Facebook page, which is September 2010. So, 'di ba? Parang kung iisipin natin, etong page na ito, ginawa lang siya nung kasagsagan ng pagdidistribute ng ayuda kung kailan sobrang relevant ng DSWD sa maraming tao. Maraming tao ang nag-aabang ng announcement from DSWD, kailan nyo po ibibigay yung ayuda namin. And so, this page was created nung kasagsagan ng pamimigay ng ayuda. It's an imposter account and it also published yung mga scam na ayuda, pamimigay ng ayuda, no? And this is a red flag for you kasi ang tagal-tagal ng institusyon ng DSWD. Tapos June 2020 lang siya gumawa ng Facebook page. And it makes sense when we found the original or the legitimate DSWD page nung 2010 pa siya in-establish because it makes sense. So matagal ng institution ng DSWD, it makes sense na matagal na siyang may Facebook page. However, again, hindi porket bago yung Facebook page, hindi na siya legitimate. Meron po tayong mga legitimate Facebook pages na kakagawa lang. So again, you have to look at red flags collectively and not individually and just base your judgment on one individual red flag. You have to collect as much as you can and then judge from there kung dapat nyo siyang pagkatiwalaan or hindi. Okay? Alright. Next red flag. Name changes. Ayan. This is a classic example that we always show, no? Ito group naman to, example ng Facebook group. And this Facebook group was originally named Kim So-hyun. No? It's a Facebook fan group for Korean actor Kim So-hyun. Tapos one day, nagbago na lang bigla yung pangalan niya to Davao City. And then, that same day, naging President Duterte supporters, all about Duterte, and bumalik sa President Duterte supporters. This name, the history of the name of a group or of a page, makikita nyo din siya sa page history, no? Doon sa about tab or about page noong Facebook account na iyon. And sometimes it could tell you na ay nagbago pala siya ng pangalan. At itong name change na ito, it could indicate na nagbago yung purpose ng page na yon. And baka you have to think again kung gusto mo pa siyang i-follow or gusto mo pang makita nga yung mga post niya sa feed mo, given na iba na yung purpose niya from when you first followed it. And in this case, it's also a very a red flag, no? Minsan kasi ang nangyayari dun sa name changes, so papalaguin yung following or likes nitong specific page na ito, and then ibebenta siya, no? So kung sino man, tas babaguhin yung purpose ng page, automatically nakalike ka na doon kasi nung una nilike mo siya kasi gusto mo ng, halimbawa, interested ka sa photography page siya, nilike mo siya. Yun pala later on binenta siya to be a political page. And so nakita mo na lang bigla na lumalabas siya sa feed mo, hindi mo naman siya nilike. Baka it's time for you to check kung ano yung page na yon, nagbago siya ng pangalan, nagbago siya ng purpose, and then decide kung gusto mo pa siyang i-follow at maging source ng impormasyon mo. Alright? And for when it comes naman to personal Facebook accounts or social media accounts, yung mga private netizens, no? Although wala tayong pwedeng mas scrutinize na detail sa kanya as compared to sa mga pages and sa mga groups, ang pwede nating tingnan ay kung meron siyang very evident, no, na pattern sa kanya mga posts. We could ask the questions if meron siyang evident na pinupush na political leaning or political idea. Meron ba siyang agenda, no, specific agenda sa mga post niya at dun sa pattern ng posts na pinapublish niya. And this could be a red flag for you kasi baka overly biased or again, meron ngang specific agenda na nakikita kayo na fino-forward yung mga post niya. That might be a warning for you na hindi siya paniwalaan. When it comes to websites naman, no, hindi lang tayo sa Facebook or sa social media accounts naghahanap ng mga red flags dahil hindi lang naman social media accounts yung nagpapakalat ng maling impormasyon. Minsan, meron ding mga websites, no, na nagpa-publish ng mga disinforming or misinforming na mga reports, kagaya nito. Okay? Now, ano yung nakikita ninyong red flag dito sa screenshot na ito? So, it's a report by supposedly KBS World TV at sinasabi niya na ang mga nanay daw ay bibigyan ng 2,000 pesos na sahod monthly. So it's an ayuda claim again. Okay, ayan, ang bilis-bilis. URL, Blogspot. And actually, if you are familiar with, yes, exactly, Christopher, KBS World in Filipino, totoo ba? Para sa mga hindi familiar sa KBS World TV, it's actually a broadcasting network sa Korea. Bakit siya magpa-publish ng ayuda para sa mga Pilipino? Report tungkol sa ayuda para sa mga Pilipino, hindi ba? And again, if you do your quick Google kung ano yung KBS World TV, makikita nyo agad na if you search for KBS World, ito po yung totoong URL at totoong website ni KBS World, no? Yung world.kbs.co.kr. At hindi yung KBS World newstv.blogspot.com na nagpa-publish ng report in Filipino. Kaya nyo yon? Okay. So, ayan. So, that's a very evident red flag no para sa atin, yung URL. Just to enumerate some red flags that you could spot when it comes to URL. Una, it imitates the URL of legitimate news organizations. Kagaya yung nakita natin kanina, ginagaya niya no para magmukha siyang legitimate. Pangalawa, meron siyang questionable spelling. Minsan, pinapalitan nila yung letters to numbers. For example, yung letter E ginagawang letter number 3, yung letter I ginagawang number 1, yung letter O ginagawang 0. Ayan, yung mga tactics nila no para magmukhang parehas pero actually hindi siya parehas. And it also sometimes use uncommon domains kagaya ng .today, .xyz, .ml, no? Hindi katulad ng mga .com, .org. Although meron din tayong mga na-flag na ang URL domain ay .com and .org. So again, that's just one red flag that you could look into, no? And if we compare it with the real URL, of course, it uses a proper domain. Kapag it's claiming or it's claiming to be a government agency, kailangan .gov.ph yung ending niya, no? Yung domain, yung domain niya. Kasi yun po yung domain ng mga legitimate government agency websites. Kapag naman educational institution, .edu o kaya .edu.ph. And of course, the words are spelled correctly, or the names are spelled correctly. And last but not the least, when it comes to red flags in reports published in social media, ayan, ano ang red flag dito? Sige, habang naghahanap kayo ng red flag, merong pinoint out, may pag-call out si Sir Christopher dito o napaghahalata ang K-fan si Ma'am Mernet. Nako, hindi tayo matatapos kapag pinag-usapan natin to. Yes po, I'm a you fan. Thank you so much. Okay, yung mga red flags na nakita natin, all caps. Yes, thank you. Exclamation points na marami. And typo. Thank you so much for those answers. At tama yan, no? Font style, spelling, galit na galit. Alam natin to and familiar tayo kapag nakikita natin to, no, mga clickbait na mga headlines. So, ang mga characteristics niya, ayan, yung mga ina-underline ko. Una, may mga grammatical errors or capitalization errors. Minsan nga, wala nang pag-mind sa capitalization. Lahat na naka-all caps na para bang sumisigaw, no? Or galit na galit, kagaya nga nang na-point out kanina. And may misspellings. Kung makikita ninyo, gumamit ng for letter A, gumamit ng exclamation point for letter I, ng 0 for letter O. Ayan, mga maling spelling. And then, they also, most of them, use words that trigger your emotion or words that would encourage you to do something. Panoorin, tingnan, basahin, nakakagulat, shocking, breaking news, yung mga ganyan. Ayan yung mga classic na characteristics ng clickbait headlines that are most of the time used also by disinformation peddlers para maengganyo yung mga readers or mga netizens, no, na makipag-interact doon sa kanilang post or doon sa kanilang reports. Yes, all right. Now, kung nakapaghanap tayo ng mga red flags, syempre kailangan din naman, hindi lang tayo, okay, nahanap natin yung mga red flags sa website at social media accounts na ito. Ano ngayon? Paano natin makukuha yung legitimate information? So aside from looking for red flags, kailangan din we consume information, of course, directly from legitimate and authoritative sources. No, it really pays that you're familiar, especially with the URL and social media accounts of legitimate and authoritative sources. Kasi kapag nakita mo na may isang page or website na gumagaya sa kanya, alam mo na agad na ay hindi naman yun yung URL ng ng KBS World. Alam ko yung URL ni KBS World. So it's very important that we're familiar with these accounts or these websites. For example, in terms of government offices, yung mga offices na ito, mga verified, madami sa kanila ay verified na sa mga social media accounts nila. And again, if you have specific inquiries, no, information inquiries, kung tungkol sa election, consume information directly from COMELEC. Kung health naman, Department of Health, kung ayuda, DSWD, etc., etc. But don't forget that even these authoritative sources are up for scrutiny. Hindi pa rin sila ligtas sa pagpa-fact check ninyo. And we still encourage that even if the information came from authoritative sources already, because of our history, and as we know, some of them also have the tendency to share wrong information, pwede pa rin natin silang i-fact check, of course. And when it comes to legitimate media organizations, examples lang po itong pinapakita ko. Siyempre, alam din dapat natin kung ano yung legitimate accounts and websites ng mga media organizations na ito. Lalong-lalo na yung URL, no? Kasi sila talaga yung pinakamadaming nang i-impostor, no? Gumagaya para magmukhang legitimate media organization sila. So, it pays to be familiar with these things, but when you're consuming information from media organizations, the rule of thumb is to always triangulate. Kailangan po may 3 media organization, at least 3, na pare-parehas yung nireport no, na impormasyon. And for us to be sure that the information is really legitimate and credible or reliable. Okay, and so nagawa na natin yung pag-conduct ng search, no, lateral reading, yung pag-spot ng red flags. The third basic fact-checking skill, I guess, that I could share with you is how to verify photos. However, I think, okay, meron pa naman tayong time. So, okay, mag-proceed na lang din ako for verification of photos dahil sobrang mahalaga pa rin po ito, no? Dahil ang dami sa disinformation content na kumakalat ngayon in the format na of photos or even videos. Bakit ito yung nangyayari? Because disinformation peddlers or creators know that we are visual creatures. Mas gusto natin yung may pinapanood at saka tinitingnan kaysa may binabasa, hindi ba? And so, because they know that, ina-adapt nila yun no, sa paggawa nila ng disinformation. And so, we also need to know how we could verify photos, videos, or in general, visual content, especially on social media. And the very useful tool when you are doing, yes, pati po memes, totoo yan. Kahit memes, no, kasi yun ang very, ang dali-dali niyang i-consume. Isang tinginan mo lang, gets mo na. Tapos may humor pang kasama. But we still have to verify even those things. And a very helpful tool nga, no, to do verification in photos is what we call reverse image search. Okay, para sa mga hindi pa familiar kung ano yung reverse image searching, so basically, para ka ring nag-research, nag-google, pero imbes na salita yung gamitin mo, larawan or pictures yung ginagamit mo. At napaka-helpful nito kasi nga madami sa disinformation content na kumakalat ay in the visual form. No? And ang ultimate goal naman ni reverse image searching is to find the earliest retrievable copy or the original, the first copy of a photo online, because ideally the original or earliest retrievable copy of a photo will provide you the necessary context about that photo para malaman mo yung buong katotohanan dun sa photo mo and ma-check mo kung tama ba yung konteksto doon sa umiikot na photo na nakita mo sa social media or online, right? So for example, may nakita kang photo, kumakalat, ito daw, picture daw ito ng rice store, no? Rice selling store, at nasa 20 pesos na yung presyo ng bigas doon sa picture na yon. And so ang daming nag-share, ayan, natutupad na yung mga pangako ni President-elect Bongbong Marcos. But actually, when you do reverse image search on it, you would, I'm actually talking about a specific example, no? Kumalat talaga ito on social media recently. And nung finact-check namin siya, nalaman natin na the photo was from years ago. Noon pa siya kinunan, ni-revive lang siya, lumang picture siya, ni-revive siya. And so, nung nakita natin yung original copy niya from years ago, we were able to debunk those posts that are saying or that are implying na bagong kuha yung picture na yon at it was a current situation in one rice selling store, no, somewhere in Davao. So that's the power of reverse image searching or of finding the original copy of a photo online. So through reverse image searching, marami na tayong na-fact check, no, lalong-lalo na nung election season. Kagaya nito, baka familiar kayo. Kumalat na photos of establishments lighting their facades pink in support daw of then Vice President Leni Robredo para sa kandidatura niya sa pagka-presidente. Pero nung ni-reverse image search natin yung photos, nalaman natin na It was actually for a different purpose. I think ito breast cancer awareness, ayan, breast cancer awareness month yung purpose ng pagla-light up ng pink nitong specific establishment na ito. Ito namang sa right, and the other end of the spectrum, nakapag fact check din tayo ng isa namang video no na nagsasabi that it shows a pro-Marcos rally no in support of the presidential candidacy of then presidential aspirant Bongbong Marcos. But when we fact check it, nahanap natin yung original copy ng video. It was from 2018 and it was actually shot in Malaysia and not in the Philippines. And so we were able to prove that it was not a pro-Marcos rally. And in the context naman of the pandemic, marami ring kumalat na photos and videos no about the COVID-19 pandemic. Baka napadpad ito sa inyong mga feed. Ang daming nahabag sa batang ito no na makikitang pumapasok sa isang ambulansya no, and many people are implying na nagko-COVID kasi siya, tas mag-isa siyang pupunta sa ospital, and there was even one post saying na papunta siya ng Philippine General Hospital ng PGH. But when we fact checked it, nahanap namin yung original source niya, which was a TikTok video, and actually that kid or that video was taken sa Vietnam at hindi sa Pilipinas. So that was a context that was missing from those circulating posts at kailangan nating i-provide doon sa mga nakakita ng post na yon. And again, I would want to dive into reverse image searching and fact-checking photos, but we're really short of time. Masyado tayong nag-overtime no tong program natin. And so I will just refer you to this episode of Promise Walang Lokohan. So Promise Walang Lokohan is a 6-part video tutorial series that Verifiles produced, kung saan sinubukan namin na ilapit no yung online verification at fact-checking sa general public no. Etong Promise Walang Lokohan, nilaymanize po namin yung online verification and fact-checking process. And so, for this specific episode of Promise Walang Lokohan, diniscuss natin no, kung paano mag-verify ng litratong kumakalat sa social media. And you may access this video by going to vera.ph/PWL_RIS or reverse image search. Naka-all caps yung PWL_RIS. I would also be providing, Sir Gab, perhaps a cheat sheet no or a handout for my presentation para din meron kayong ma-referan pabalik no later on sa inyong training. And so those are the 3 basics of fact checking that I were able to share with you. Una, you conduct your search and then you check your sources and then you verify your photos. But above all that, rule of thumb, first step, always have a healthy dose of skepticism. And ultimately, the goal of fact-checking really and a huge contribution na agad para hindi pa kumalat ng bonggang-bongga ang disinformation content is if you are not 100% sure of an information, please do not share it unless you are already 100% sure that it is true. When you have to choose between siguro o sigurado, sana po ang lagi nating piliin, dapat sigurado. And with that, sa pag-share ninyo sa mga future trainees ninyo, I would want to refer you to the learning resources that we produce at Verifiles that could help you teach fact-checking and online verification to others. So you just have to visit verifiles.org/learning-corner for the learning resources that we produce. Meron po kami nung PWL, and actually yung Promise Walang Lokohan, meron po siyang subtitles in Ilocano and Cebuano for your Ilocano and Cebuano friends, speaking friends. And then we also have a do-it-yourself fact-checking guide. No, you could access it and download it via bit.ly/DIYFCguide. Baka maging helpful din ito sa inyo. And of course, we are on different social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn if you want to reach out to us for any future, for anything that we could help you with in your future trainings. Yun po. Sana marami kayong natutunan in our short, approximately 1-hour session. And if you want to reach out to me personally, my email is here, mretona@verifiles.org, and you could also slide into my DMs via Twitter @MaryRetona. Maraming salamat po, and I think it's time that we entertain questions. Maraming salamat po.
Okay. Thank you so much, no, Marinette, for accepting the invitation and for giving us a very detailed overview over how our trainers should approach fact checking and how they are going to teach that to their beneficiaries in different communities. Now, we don't have the luxury of time, but we can accommodate at least 3 questions, maybe, just to fire things up, fireside chats, guys. If you have any question to Miss Marinette, and probably I'm just going to start this Q&A with a question. Verifiles has been in the industry for quite a while. Actually, they're one of the very first fact checker organizations in the country. And you're in this plight for the past 3 years. What do you think are the biggest challenges of fact checkers right now? Is it that big? Is the problem too glaring? And what are the biggest challenges of a fact-checking organization's reporter?
Okay. First of all, siguro yung hindi natin makakalimutan or hindi natin dapat ipagsantabi, no, yung nakukuha din nating pressure, no, from the authority who are consistently trying to to discredit us or discredit the work that we do by branding us these names, no, biased, bayaran, and etc. And in our organization, every day we receive such comments sa comment section ng mga posts namin. And so siguro isa yon dahil that's one way, acknowledging that is one way of holding especially those people in authority accountable for trying to suppress, no, the truth that are being disseminated by media organization and by fact-checking organizations. Another challenge that we're constantly facing is reaching the grassroots. We acknowledge that, for example, sa amin sa Verifiles, yung platform namin is really, online. Yung website namin, yung mga learning resources namin are accessible online. And so it's hard, we acknowledge the difficulty in reaching those people that do not have access to the internet, for example, but are still reached by disinformation one way or another. And ito po yung constantly natin na tinatry na aksyonan, no? Baka there are other ways that we could conduct our trainings wherein marireach natin sila, or kung paano natin malalaymanize pa, no, yung process ng fact-checking and verification, because some people might find it intimidating at first, but I would assure you, and perhaps you would want to assure your future trainees later on, that fact-checking could be made fun, no? Could be enjoyable by the use of all these tools, no? By the things that you would discover when you're doing your research. So yun yung off the top of my head, yung dalawa na challenges na hinaharap natin ngayon. And when it comes to reaching pala grassroots, it's helpful din talaga na we're doing webinars and trainings like this, kasi halimbawa nito, since we were given opportunity to reach more than 100 youth leaders, no, na pwedeng na magde-disseminate later on ng tungkol sa digital literacy and fact-checking, there's already a huge contribution, no, at malaking-malaki na yung marireach natin. And that's a step towards finding a solution, no, dun sa problem natin in reaching those people that are na mahirap ma-reach nitong ginagawa natin.
Okay. And I'm pretty sure despite all the challenges, our trainers here are going to even help us amplify the reach of our efforts. Now, I love this question. There's a question about how do you ensure proper fact-checking without bias? I think this is one of the biggest questions right now, because it's a standard that we set against
Media, but can you really achieve an unbiased media organization or an unbiased fact-checking organization at that? I want you to answer that, Marinette.
Yes. I think I'm seeing people who are part of the media before or still part of the media in our audience, and you would perhaps know that objectivity is a myth. Hindi totoo ang objectivity. In everything that we do, there would always be our bias. And ang mga journalists, tao po yan. So may sarili din silang biases. And even dun lang sa part na pag-select nila ng storyang ibabalita, report na ibabalita, that could already be considered a bias, no? But the important question that we have to answer is, saan ka ba bias? kanino ka ba biased? If you're, and in our work in fact checking, our only answer for that is we're biased for the truth. Nasa truth ang bias natin. And so when we do our fact checking, when we select, for example, the things that we're fact checking, we do not consider o hindi kasama sa criteria natin kung, for example, pro or anti-government, pro or anti-personality. The criteria that we follow is actually, una, kapag statement of fact siya, if it could be proven true or false, and we're able to prove that it is inaccurate or it's false, pasado siya. Kapag relevant siya, no, meron siyang maaambag sa current discourse, sa pinag-uusapan ngayon sa lipunan, sa society, pasado siya. And lastly, last criteria natin, if it's feasible, if kaya siyang i-fact check with existing document, interview with experts, interview with the right people about the matter, pasado siya. Hindi considered yung partisanship in our criteria in selecting what to fact check and what to not. And I would also, siguro erase ko na din dito, no, na-mention ni Sir Gab kanina that we are the first signatory in the country of the International Fact-Checking Network. And to be a signatory of the IFCN, you have to adhere to a specific set of standards. And one of those standards or principles ay yung non-partisanship po, no? So masisiguro natin kailangan hindi consideration yung partisanship ng isang content, ng isang statement when you're fact checking. You just have to ask gaano katotoo or gaano ka hindi totoo itong impormasyon na to, at ano yung dapat mong i-present sa iyong fact check para mapaunawa mo sa tao na ito yung level of falsity, no, nung impormasyon na yon, at ito yung kailangan mong malamang impormasyon tungkol doon sa topic or doon sa issue na yon. So siguro doon pa lang, no, ma-assure ko naman, at least from our organization, that we do not consider whatever political color when we're selecting whatever we're fact checking. And another thing siguro din is yung how we enable nga our viewers or our readers to fact check us. Kayo mismo kayang-kaya ninyong i-fact check ang fact checkers. Madalas itong lumalabas na question sa mga webinars, no, who fact checks the fact checkers? Kayo po, our audience, our readers. That's the reason why we provide our sources in our fact checks, para kayo po mismo ma-verify ninyo kung totoo yung sinasabi naming impormasyon doon sa pinoproduce naming mga fact checks.
Okay, thank you so much. As much as I'd like to entertain a lot of the questions that we have here, unfortunately, we don't have time anymore. So we are going to wrap things up here. Before you leave, Miss Marinette, we are going to give you an e-certificate. So tech team, please flash our e-certificate. We're just going to read a citation. The certificate of appreciation is given to Miss Marinette Petona for sharing her invaluable knowledge and expertise on fake news and critical thinking during the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program 2022 to 23, training of trainers on July 9, 2022, given this 9th day of July in Manila, Philippines, signed by yours truly and Crescencia Novianti, the program manager of the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program. Now, again, thank you so much for the work that you're doing in Verifiles, and we hope to see you around. Okay. So I know that we're wrapping up, we're pressed with time, and we have a lot of things that we would like to actually host to you guys. We can definitely run them in the next few parts of our day 2 on July 16, 2022, which is going to happen on the next Saturday. So we'll park those engagement activities for now, and we are going to proceed to the special message from the ASEAN Foundation. I'd like to call and welcome to the stage the Communications Officer of the ASEAN Foundation, Angita Widyananda.
Hi. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the engaging and also interesting training today. So let me introduce myself. My name is Angita. Nice to meet you all, and looking forward to work with you guys. And I would like to thank you to all the speakers today, start from Richard, Jeanette, and Mariette, for giving the interesting and insightful materials that will really help the trainers. And then also, I want to said congratulations to all the master trainers, and also thank you for your time and attend this training, and also your enthusiasm during this session. And this is the start and the beginning of your journey as a master trainers who will later on do your own outreach program to your friends, a colleague, and also the community. So your work and contribution as a master trainers will acknowledge as an integral part of ASEAN Foundation effort in improving digital literacy and also combating misinformation in across Asia. As Marinette mentioned before, in the beginning of her session, this training can equip yourself with digital literacy. Last but not least, appreciation and thank you for Break the Fake Movement team and also GAP and the Limitless Lab team for the cooperation and preparation for this exciting and engaging training. At the end, I would like to ask you guys to share your experience today in the training session. In the this session and also the next following training on your social media with mention at ASEAN Foundation. Also use the hashtag BASEAN, hashtag We Are ASEAN, and also hashtag ADLP. So again, thank you for all the hard work today and very exciting. So looking forward to meet you in person. Bye.
Thank you so much, Angita, for such a wonderful and inspiring message. And that wraps up our training of Master Trainers Day 1. Thank you so much for attending our virtual training. We in the Break the Fake Movements are hoping that you have learned a lot for the 3 modules we've covered today. We've talked about responsible digital citizenship, digital safety and online well-being, and fact-checking in the digital space. But before everything else, let's open our cameras for the photo opportunity. Wear your best smiles as our tech team slowly takes our group photos.
All right. Hello, guys. Good afternoon. I'm happy to see you to have this picture. Okay. So please open up your cameras. Okay. So we have 5 slides here. So please bear with me. Okay. So let's give the best smile. Okay. 5 times. Okay. Okay, get ready. Okay, first slide. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smile. There. Now, next, our second screen. Okay, once again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smile. Hello. And, hi, Ma'am Ellen. Kayo pala yan, Ma'am Ellen. Hello. Hindi ko na kayo nakikita sa alabang. Sige. Next. Okay. Sige. For the third slide. Okay. Smile. Okay. 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smile. Yeah. Okay. Fourth slide. Okay, wala naman. Sorry. Okay. And last. Okay. Thank you so much for smiling photo. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Mike. Now, before we close the program, just a couple of reminders for our trainers. First and foremost, read the reading materials that we're sending over to you. Those modules cover 5 topics that we are slowly tackling in this 2-day virtual event, July 9 and July 16. This covers 5 modules on responsible digital citizenship, media literacy and awareness, fake news and disinformation, culture of positive participation, and social media and the law. Now, we will be rolling out the second batch of reading materials this week before the day 2 of our training next week. And take note as well for those trainers of the Limitless Lab, we will be sending over the full reading list to you guys. So expect that announcement from the Limitless Lab team. Don't forget as well to take the self-paced online learning classes on media literacy in our very own platform, the Media Civics Lab, where you can take 20 classes on MIL at your own pace and whenever you are, wherever you are. Just go to www.mediacivicslab.breakthefake.movement.com. As you can see here, is being flashed on screen. Most importantly, don't forget to fill out the evaluation form after this event. We'll be showing the link and QR code to the eval form, and that will be the basis of your attendance in this TOT. Again, the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program is brought to you by the ASEAN Foundation and Google in partnership with local implementers, Break the Fake Movement and Limitless Lab. I'm your host for today. Stay safe, enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and see you next week.